the December 4, 2023 meeting of the Charleston County Board of Zoning and Appeals, also known as the BZA. The board members that will hear your case tonight are as follows. I'm William Ray, I'm the chairperson. To my right, we have Mr. Truslow, Mr. Marchant, Mr. Sadow, Mr. Neal. To my left, we have Mr. Nelson. And we will also have Miss Switzer Smalls coming, I think, still, and Mr. Williams, if I'm not mistaken, should be en route. Staff members present tonight are Ms. Clark, Mr. Downing, Mr. Foster, and Ms. Working. I'll turn it to my immediate right, Mr. Kevin Hughie. Because the hearing tonight is a public fact-finding meeting, we are in compliance of the Freedom of Information Act and South Carolina Code 6-29-70. 15 days prior to the hearing, an announcement was printed in the Post and Courier. A sign was posted on or near the designated property and was mailed to the applicant or the applicant's representatives, to property owners within 300 feet of the property, and to parties of interest. Persons, organizations, and news media have requested declarations of our meeting and have also been notified. Board members, meeting notes for November the 6th, 23. The public hearing were mailed to you, emailed to you. Are there any changes? If not, can I please have a motion to approve in a second?
Motion to approve.
Okay, I got a motion. First over here, where did my second come? All right. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye. Any opposed? I know, Mr. Marchant, you wouldn't hear. It carries. Thank you. Our case rules from this and any BZA meeting are available to the public. Review for inspection during normal business hours at the Charleston County Zoning and Planning Department. The Board of Zoning Appeals is a quasi-judicial body that has final decision-making authority on the following: appeals of a zoning-related administrative decisions. The BZA is authorized to hear and decide appeals only on zoning-related matters where it is alleged that it is an error in the order, requirement, decision, or determination made by the administrative official in the administration or the enforcement of a zoning-related ordinance. A 2/3 vote of the quorum present is required to overturn the decision of the planning director on its decision. A special exception. A special exception is issued by the BZA authorizing a particular use in a specified location within the zoning district. Upon demonstrating that such a use complies with the conditions and standards specified in the Zoning and Land Development Regulation Ordinance, also known as ZELDAR. The BZA must find that the special exception meets all 6 of the approval criteria for the ordinance in order to approve a special exception. A simple majority is required to grant a special exception. And then finally, we have a variance. A variance is a relaxation of the BZA's regulations of the ordinance where such an action will not be contrary to the public interest and where a particular to the property and the results of the actions or the situation of the applicant, a literal enforcement of the code will result in an unnecessary and undue hardship. And such variance is consistent with Section 6-29-800 of the Code of the State of South Carolina, Title 6, Chapter 29. The BZA must find that the variance request meets all 7 of the approval criteria in the ordinance in order to grant a variance. A simple majority is required to grant a variance. Our purpose tonight is for interested parties to be heard in order to assist this board to gather evidence that is pertinent to each case. If a member of this BZA feels a need for further information to clarify the case, the board has the authority to subpoena witnesses. It must be understood that the rules of your neighborhood or subdivision are binding and that we can take no other action that may take or negate their jurisdiction over your property. In addition to your testimony, our board has been presented written information submitted by the staff, by the applicant, or the applicant's agents for each case. This information is now considered evidence and is to be entered into the permanent body. It is assumed to be true, complete, and accurate. In addition, we have been presented data assembled by the staff for the purpose of clarifying the location and the application's effect on surrounding properties. Our board is empowered to approve conditions, or to deny a special exception or a variance request. We're also authorized to defer a case should there be a need to obtain additional information. The BZA final decision will be mailed within 10 working days of the public hearing. It will be mailed, certified mail to applicants, and U.S. mail to neighbors and community interests that have been listed. If an applicant's request is approved, the applicant should contact the Charleston County Zoning and Land Planning Department staff to discuss the next steps in the process. Variances and special exceptions granted this evening are valid for 12 months after this meeting, and a 1-year extension may be granted only if construction or development has been commenced or is being diligently pursued. However, if an applicant's request is disapproved and the applicant wishes to appeal the decision of this board concerning the case, an appeal must be addressed to the circuit court. South Carolina Code 6-29-820 states that an appeal must be filed within 30 days after the decision of this board has been mailed to them. Failure to file an appeal within the time limit deprives the court of the jurisdiction to hear this matter. Because this is a quasi-judicial body, everything said in this meeting must be true, complete, and accurate. All the information provided to the BZA is considered evidence, and the body may certify contempt of circuit court if false testimony is either made in writing or orally. Each person wishes to speak to this body must now stand in a group, and the secretary will swear you in. In order to expedite this procedure, those wishing to speak will please stand at this time, and our secretary will swear you in.
Please stand and raise your right hand. I will say the oath, and you will say I do. I swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. I do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Working. I will now call each case by case number. Staff will present facts pertinent to each case limited to 5 minutes. I will then call the applicant. The applicant will stand, state his or her name and current address for the record before presenting testimony that is pertinent to each case, limited to 5 minutes. I will then ask for all those speaking either in support or opposition to the case, and they will follow the same procedure for identifying themselves and are limited to 2 minutes each. The applicant will then have a chance to reply to any opposition, limited to 2 minutes. And then the BZA will make a motion to close the hearing to the public. Finally, the BZA will make a motion concerning the application, stating specific findings of facts and conclusion of law. Tonight, we'll hear 10 new business cases. Mr. Downey, at this time, would you please present our very first case tonight? Case BZA 10-23-00718.
Good evening, everyone. So BZA case 10-23-00718. The applicant and property owner, Amanda Howard, is requesting a special exception to establish a short-term rental, extended home rental in the low-density R4 zoning district at 1657 Battalion Drive, TMS number 43103000008 on James Island in Charleston County. The subject property and all surrounding properties are located in the low-density R4 zoning district. The property contains a single-family residence that was constructed in 1967 per Charleston County records. The applicant would like to rent 4 bedrooms in shown 6 parking spaces on their site plan. And the applicant's letter of intent states that we're looking to rent the property out on days when we're not using it. So that is the subject property. That is an aerial view of the subject property and a zoomed out aerial view of the subject property. So staff conducted a site visit on November 14th, 2023. That is the subject property and the proposed parking. Some of the surrounding properties. Battalion Drive. The applicant's tenant notice, along with the applicant's site plan. The approved and recorded plat. So staff believes that all three of the criteria for this application may have been met. So the Board of Zoning Appeals may approve with conditions, or deny BZA case 010-23-00718, a special exception to establish a short-term rental, extended home rental in the low-density R4 zoning district at 1657 Battalion Drive, TMS number 431-03-00008 on James Island in Charleston County, based on the BZA's finding of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event that the board decides to approve this application, the board should consider the following recommendations by staff. Prior to the zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete limited site plan review process. The use shall comply with all requirements of Article 6.8. The property shall not be used for more than 144 days in aggregate during any calendar year, and the property owner shall be responsible for ensuring that the tenants comply with the Charleston County Noise Ordinance. And Mr. Seidel, there are 2 STRs in the local neighborhood. Any questions?
Any questions for staff? Boy, I tell you,
I have a question. How many parking spaces are there
6.
that are going to be available?
The applicant has provided 6 on their site plan.
How many?
6.
Any more questions?
Where are they going to park? Oh, I see now. Got it. This is what I'm looking at.
Right to the rescue, Mr. Marchant. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Downey. Is the applicant present? Please come forward. Please come to the podium. Please state your name and address for the record, and please tell us why we should approve your application today.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hello. Yes.
My name's Amanda Howard. I'm the owner of 1657 Battalion Drive. I bought the house and I live there part-time, but also live in Greenville, cover the whole state for work, so I'm there a lot, family's there a lot, but in some of the off days, we'd like to rent it to keep up with cost. Anything else?
You want to tell us a little bit more history about this place, and how did you come about it? And
I mean, I went to school down here. I stayed down here 5 years post-school, bought the property, lived in it. When I'm not in Greenville, I'm down living in the property as well. It's very near and dear to my heart. I've poured a lot into it and keep up with it a lot. But it is, you know, pricey to upkeep properties. But yeah.
okay. Well, let me help you a little bit. So, not to be nosy, but what line of work are you in that you're here part-time in the Holy City, and then you leave
I'm
us
in-
and come back?
I'm in pharmaceutical sales.
Wonderful, wonderful. And how do you plan on managing this property and the short-term rentals when you're away?
With a property manager.
With a property manager?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I know maybe a couple of other board members may have a couple of questions for you. Mr. Marchant, I'm going to let him start with the very first question, okay?
We know what that question is.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Following up on the chairman's question, if you have a property manager, is the property manager handling screening applicants for rentals? Can you
Yes.
talk about number of renters? Are you going to be using a VRBO type thing? And can you talk a little bit more about parking? Mr. Truslow asked a question of staff, and you have a driveway that accommodates 2 cars, but it looks like you're recommending parking on either side of the driveway in the grassy areas
Yes.
to get 6 cars in your front yard. So just,
There is a.
I know that's a lot of
Yeah.
questions. I'm sorry, but just go through that.
Well, I guess like start with the parking situation. Going through the application, I was notified like with the amount of bedrooms, that's how many lots were needed for the property. It does have a garage and then a driveway that fits 2 cars. I mean, eventually would like to gravel the side lot because that fits another 2 cars. And then it is quite a big front yard and you can do off-street parking, parallel on the property as well. And what was the other question?
Just in terms of screening rental applicants and things like that, and number of expected guests per rental.
I guess about 2 per bedroom. Max occupancy would be 8 or 6 adults, maybe enough for 2 children. But yes, the property manager would be keeping up with the bookings and applicants and, you know, have someone close by if I'm up in Greenville and can't be there to accommodate.
Thank you. Then my last question, I can't remember if this was in your application, so I apologize. Now I can't remember my question, Mr. Chairman.
What kind of
No, that
platform?
wasn't it. No, that wasn't it either. I don't know. It's too early. We're used to being here at 5, so my brain's not working yet. If it comes to me, I'll ask you. Sorry.
Mr. Neal? I'll get to you, Mr.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm going back to the occupancy and the driveway issue as well. So mine's a 2-part question. I'll try to remember my 2 parts. You've got 4 bedrooms in this, and you say you actually occupy the house as well. So you're going to rent out all 4 bedrooms, or are you just going to rent the 3 of the 4 so that you can keep personal belongings and things like that in one? So, 'cause what I'm driving at is how many people are coming to the property when you're not there. And then the second part of that is the driveway parking. If it's not going to, if you're in the future going to gravel the stuff, I would feel more comfortable if we did that before you extend into this 180 days worth of turning this into an Airbnb. So talk about your plans to rent the whole house or portion of the house, and if you could do this gravel parking, because I don't think any of us are going to be really excited about parking in the front of the yard or anything like that for neighbors.
Yeah, I plan to rent the whole house. I'm not going to be there while there's people renting the property. And as far as graveling the lot, that's something we could definitely look into and potentially take care of prior. But like I said, you know, this is kind of the reasoning why I want to have some income with the property, is to keep up with it and, you know, put more money into it, such as actually doing a driveway extension.
Mr. Chair, so you're okay if a condition of this is to pre-gravel the additional areas for driveway parking to accommodate the number of people that you're trying to have in this building?
If I need to do that, then you do what you need to do.
Oh, okay. Mr. Sedell?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Howard, thank you for your answers to our questions. I have one about your neighbors will be interested in what kind of rules and regulations that you are going to place with your tenants that they will agree to prior to renting. Can you talk a little bit about that? You have a property manager, but what will you be enforcing?
I guess that's something we haven't fully gone through, but everything, you know, no parties, no loud noises, no illegal anything. You know, they got to have the right amount of people staying there. They can't bring in more than they've said that they're renting the space out for. Just keeping pleasant and nice and kind of not causing attention or disturbing any of the neighbors.
What was the maximum number that you're going to place on the people who stay?
I guess 8.
8? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Jordan?
So I have 2 questions. First of all, you mentioned about parallel parking out front.
Yes,
Will that be on the right-of-way or your property, that parking?
on my property.
Not the right-of-way?
I don't, what is that, across the street?
And in front of it, there's a right-of-way, I think.
It is.
So I was just curious where they're going to be parking up front, on the road?
No, it'd be off the road.
But there's a right-of-way goes off the road a little bit, I think.
33 feet.
Right.
I don't know what a right-of-way is.
Okay.
Can somebody explain that to the right-of-way?
Mr. Hughes?
It's just this, he's just talking about the street, the common area, the street. He's
Oh, well,
asking,
yeah, it'd be off-street on the property.
yeah, she's indicated that the parking will be in the front yard.
Thank you. Second question, your property manager, are they going to answer the phone on Saturdays and Sundays is the problem?
Yes.
And how long would it take, if there's a problem, your property manager to get over there?
ASAP? As soon as possible.
Minutes? A couple hours?
30 minutes?
Okay, thank you.
Anyone? Mr. Martin?
Mr. Chairman, my brain started working
Remember?
again. So have you talked to any of your neighbors about this? Do you have support? Do you have anybody against it? Typically, we get letters. Sometimes we don't. Just kind of curious if your
I don't.
neighbors are aware.
I mean, I haven't heard any complaints or no. The ones that,
The house out now, is that right?
no.
Or no, you're not? Okay.
No. No, it's not rented out. And it's, when I'm not there, we've kind of opened up to neighbors if they need their guest or anyone visiting. They do use it if we're not using the property. So the ones I do communicate with, yes, I have spoken with them, and they're accepting what we're trying to do. I mean, we're not trying to, obviously, it's 144 days a year. It's not like we're constantly trying to turn it over and have people in there constantly.
Okay, anybody else? Thank you so very much for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Very good. This case is closed to the public. Board members, do we have any questions, concerns from staff? Yes, sir.
I just have one
Mr.
follow-up
Neal.
one for staff. Can you, I can't see it here on mine, here, on the application, what's the number that's on the application of the guests that she's applied for before we have a motion? I'd like to make sure.
8.
8?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, concerns, discussion? Okay, gentlemen. At this time, I'd like to entertain a motion. Anybody want to say again? Anyone want to give me a motion to approve or deny this case?
I'll
Please.
make the motion.
Thank you, sir.
Move us along. I move that we approve the request in BZA 10-23-0078. I would move that we approve the request for a special exemption to establish a short-term rental for this property at 1657. And that's the address number battalion for an extended home rental, short-term rental property. Would you like, I can say.
You got to go through all three.
All
You got to go through all the criteria.
right. I will.
Yes, sir, 1 through 3.
All right, there are 3 reasons, but basically the facts and law support this application. The Charleston County Ordinance is contained in Chapter 6, and it provides the legal authority. The application has been properly noticed and reviewed by staff. There's a request for a special exemption meets the 3 criteria that are set forth in Section 6-8, subparagraph 2, C, 1, 2, and 3. These are the technical terms that we have to make a part of the record. Specifically, this will not adversely affect the general welfare and character of the immediate community. Nobody's complained. It meets the residential and short-term rental requirements for this zoning district. Again, no complaints have been voiced. Noticeably, there are, in fact, short-term rentals exist in the area. Number 2, there's been an adequate provision has been made for such items as setback from the neighbors, buffering, landscaping. I noticed that in the photographs there was adequate fencing. to protect the adjacent properties from adverse influence. The applicant has a management plan and has a manager who appears or is reported to be in close proximity should there ever be a problem. And again, this is for short-term rental. It's not for an entire year. There's been shown that there's adequate parking, one spot inside the house, 2 outside, and adequate room for others on the side away from the house. It did cause me some concern that there may be parking in front of the house, and I think there may be an amendment to my motion to provide for some graveling on the far side rather than so there wouldn't be parking in front of the house. Number 3, this appears to comply with all the applicable rules, regulations, and standards of Charleston County. The applicant is currently in the TRP limited site review process to ensure compliance and coordination. And I would move, provided that the applicant adhere to the staff's written recommendations that are 1 through 4, and in addition to the one I'm anticipating that may come from my colleague on the far right.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. Do we have any? Yes, sir.
Yeah, he's reading my mind. I'd ask if he would include in his motion or allow an amendment if there's a second, however we have to do it to.
Mr. Jordan.
Well, I'm saying if we have to do an amendment or if he will modify his motion to include a 5th special condition that to accommodate for 8 people, that they gravel the additional area prior to permit being established or approved.
I would make that part of my motion if I would be allowed.
Mr. Jordan, do you agree?
Yes, sir.
So,
Mr. Ray, if I could, for staff's purposes, if not to include the number of guests, but to include the number of parking spaces set forth in the ordinance. That way it's just clear. And would it be for the 6 parking spaces that are required?
Well, my point was, their plan is to park on grass, and I don't recollect having much of that. We've always had sidewalks and driveways and stuff. So whatever they're going to do, extend it with gravel or however, we just need to accommodate so that we're not parking cars on grass.
So I think for staff's recommendation, it would be better that the criteria set forth would say, prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall produce or shall install a additional gravel driveway to include 6 parking spaces.
So,
you have to say it, though. It's your amendment.
oh, is it amendment or I thought he was
Well, he's going to approve it, but state it the way you want it.
Yeah, we're not allowed to make
No, I understand.
recommendations.
So we'll modify the motion to include prior to installation?
Prior to zoning permit approval.
Prior to zoning permit approval, that the applicant a extended driveway to accommodate 6 parking spots for the property.
It's not actually 6.
It's 8.
Their parking spaces.
6 total. Total. 6. Thank you. Thank you for that correction.
That still with you, Mr. Jordan?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we have a motion and an amendment that has been properly moved and second. Do we have any questions? Mark?
Just for discussion, I appreciate the amendment, but I also struggle with requiring an applicant to incur new costs to accommodate parking that may happen some of the time, may not happen most of the time. I don't know. It's a residential neighborhood. This isn't a commercial setting, and I just wonder, is it necessary to add, gravel parking spaces for something that may take away from the neighborhood versus adding to the use of the property? So I'm not going to I wouldn't hold up the approval of this because I think we ought to approve the application, but it just seems a little overreaching to require 4 new parking spaces out of gravel.
If I may.
Yeah, sure.
I would agree with you. Nevertheless, based on the amount of bedrooms and the amount of applicants that she's looking at, I can see where we would want to put that additional gravel there. Now, if you were to go back and limit the amount of occupants, then I'm hands-free with the motion without any changes.
I get it, but people park on grass every day. mean,
I know, but when
it's
you
not our
got-
property.
Yeah, I get that too, but whenever you're gonna have a consistency of people parking on grass,
Must be nice. I don't live in one.
yes, please.
I agree, Mr. Marchant. This one just seems, if it was six, and if it was 4 cars total, 6 cars total, parking on grass every once in a while, I'd be fine with it. But I mean, we're 4 bedrooms, there's gonna be 8 people there. If I lived in the neighborhood, I wouldn't want to see cars parked all the time all on the grass. So, again, as much flexibility as possible, gravel, not asking them to extend the concrete. If they had reduced down and said, hey, we're probably always going to be, that's why I asked the question about, is there going to be 3 bedrooms and you're going to have 1 bedroom that you're always going to keep for yourself? And she said, no, we're going to always rent out as much as possible. So that told me there's probably going to be a few more cars. But I'm just not putting my flag in the ground here, just trying to, the larger properties, I think is important. Thank you.
Just one more point, Mr. Chairman. I mean, if you look at the aerial of the property, you're going to have a 10 to 12 foot wide gravel, additional gravel to the right of the driveway and to the left of the driveway. So that's 36 feet of gravel or concrete in a residential neighborhood. That's what the amendment suggests. So that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and I agree with Mr. Marchant on this one. I do not see the point in adding gravel for the additional parking spaces. I mean, this is the landowner's property, and if their grass is destroyed because there's parking on it, they'll be responsible for fixing their yard. Add to it, there may be a handful of weekends where you do have 6 cars show up, but by and large, you'd probably have small families that would rent the space and have 2 cars there at most. So I wouldn't see this being a 144-night situation, except in an extreme worst case scenario. So I don't see a need for it. I would vote for the motion as it was originally proposed, but that's why we have the process.
Mr. Chairman, if it made it easier, why don't we vote on, is it possible to vote on just the amendment first? And then if we don't go through that, then it
You
still goes?
pushed me that way. I got to first.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure.
So basically, just to make a clear point, the motion on the floor has been properly moved and seconded.
Right.
So we have to vote on the motion with the amendment. It could be voted down. If it's voted down, then we can vote to have the the motion go through as it was
Right.
originally put up. Okay?
Yes. Yes, sir.
I feel what my next door neighbor here is telling me to, and along with Marchant. But, yeah. All right. We're clear as mud on that?
I had one more question. We have a garage. We don't know right now. I don't know whether we could open it up or just get a response, whether the garage will be available for parking.
I think she
If it
did
is, it might
state-
allay
The applicant-
some
She
problems.
The applicant did state that the garage could be used for parking.
Yes, sir. She did mention she could use it for parking. So that would help alleviate some of that on the grass as well. Okay? Any more comments or questions? Good discussion, gentlemen and lady. All right. All those in favor of approving this motion with the amendment, please raise your right hand and say aye. So there's 2. Any opposed? Okay. So that fails. Now, for all those with the original motion, without the amendment,
You have to put it, it has to be proposed.
so let's re-propose it. Could you redo that again, please?
You like me to state it again?
Briefly.
You don't have to state all the reasons.
I'll incorporate the comments I made before. I would move that we approve the request for a special exemption to establish a short-term extended home rental at the address listed as 1657 Battalion. The reasons that I stated before were specifically pursuant to Section 6.82C 1, 2, and 3 of the county ordinance. Specifically, it will not affect general welfare and character of the immediate community. Number two, adequate provision has been made for such items as setback, buffering, landscaping, and to protect the adjacent properties from adverse influence. And three, it's compliant with applicable rules, regulations, and standards that apply to our county.
With the four.
Provided that the applicant shall adhere to staff's written recommendations stated 1 through 4, which are incorporated by reference.
We still have a second over here, Mr. Jordan?
Yes, sir.
All right, very good. So we have a motion that's properly moved and second. Do we have any more discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye, 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 aye. Any opposed? It carries. So, where'd she go? Okay, there you go. Ms. Howard, your application has been approved. Congratulations. Within 10 business days, staff will be giving you information for the next steps. Once again, congratulations. All right, our next case is case BZA 10-23-00719. And that will be done by 719. Who's doing that one? Mr. Downey again. Thank you, sir. That's all right. We got all the short-term rentals up front. Okay, you just stay up there for a while.
So the applicant and property owner, Nathan Daniel Barr, is requesting a special exception to establish a short-term rental, extended home rental in the low-density R4 zoning district at 457 and 459 Riverland Drive, TMS number 343-1000036 on James Island in Charleston County. The subject property and all surrounding properties are located in the low-density R4 zoning district. The property contains a single-family residence that was constructed in 1950 and an accessory dwelling unit that was constructed in 1989 per Charleston County records. The applicant would like to rent out 4 bedrooms in the single-family residence and 2 bedrooms in the accessory dwelling unit for a total of 10 parking spaces on their site plan. The applicant's letter of intent explains, I would like to short-term rental my property at 459 Riverland Drive through Airbnb. I will comply with all city and county rules and regulations. So that is the subject property. That is an aerial view of the subject property. A zoomed out aerial view. So staff conducted its site visit on November 14th. So to the left is the single-family residence, and to the right is the accessory dwelling unit. This is the proposed parking area. Some of the surrounding properties in the neighborhood. In Riverland Drive. If you guys don't mind, I would like to go back to the zoomed-out aerial view of the subject property. All of the proposed parking will be to the left of the single-family residence and in front of the accessory dwelling unit where the cars are currently parked on the aerial views. So in this area. So that is the tenant notice. And the second tenant notice. That is the applicant's site plan. And the approved and recorded plat. So staff believes that all 3 of the criteria for this application may have been met. So the Board of Zoning Appeals may approve with conditions, or deny BZA case 10-23-00719 as special exception to establish a short-term rental, extended home rental in the low-density R4 zoning district at 457 and 459 Riverland Drive, TMS number 343 100036 on James Island in Charleston County, based on the BZA's finding of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. The board may modify any of staff's recommendations or conditions below, including but not limited to the number of days that the property could be used as a short-term rental. So the conditions are: prior to zoning permits approval, the applicant shall complete all requirements. The applicant shall complete the STR limited site plan review process. The use shall comply with all requirements of Article 6.8. The property shall not be used for more than 144 days in aggregate during any calendar year, and the property owner shall be responsible for ensuring that the tenants comply with the Charleston County noise ordinance. Any questions? Mr. Seidel, there are 3 short-term rentals in the immediate community.
Any more questions? Thank you, sir, for your amazing job that you always do. Is the applicant present? Mr. Barr? Please come forward. Please tell us why we should approve your application, sir.
Good afternoon. My name's Thomas Shakti. I'm here on behalf of Dr. Barr.
Okay, I noticed you came in late.
I apologize for that.
Okay, so you were not sworn in. So I'm going to ask Ms. Working if she would swear you in.
I do.
Thank you. You may proceed now.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Barr acquired this property in June of this year, and he contacted me. I'm a full-time Airbnb host, and he expressed interest in short-term renting for part of the year. He splits his time between this property and his girlfriend's residence. And we have spoken with the neighbors. I've contacted the neighbors to the right of the property to express, our interest and make sure, if they have any concerns, we can work with them. The neighbors behind the property have expressed some concern regarding noise. A solution that I've proposed that I've used in other properties are noise monitoring devices that record the decibel levels so that we're able to ensure, during quiet hours that we can have proper enforcement of this type of thing and make sure that the property is peaceful and quiet. And I look forward to answering any questions from the board regarding this.
Oh, gosh, I'm going to start with this one. Okay. So you do this professionally?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you do quite a few units, just this? Will you manage these properties?
Correct.
So my second question, how do you monitor the noise? So there is a device out there. When the device goes off, you might be hundreds of miles away. So how does that work?
So I live locally. I'm on Society Street, so it's about a 15-minute drive over the connector. But yeah, so the devices are Wi-Fi enabled, and they monitor a decibel level. And so if there's a decibel level, you can adjust the threshold. So if someone's playing loud music, and that decibel level is sustained over a number of minutes, my phone gets a notification, at which point I can contact the guest and say, hey, you have agreed to these quiet hours, and we've been notified that there's an issue with this. At that point, the issue can be escalated as needed if we don't get a response from the guest, or if the monitor continues to get notifications, we can I can go to the property and contact the guest in person and make sure that anything is resolved. But that's obviously worst case scenario. I don't foresee too many noise issues, but obviously want to prepare either way.
And where do you place this device on the property?
They are connected just to the outlets, and you can just
That's inside the home?
Correct, yes. So typically you can put, depending on the layout, you can put one in the living room on the wall and on the outlet. You take the plate off of it and it screws in. So it's not something that can be removed very easily. I mean, someone would have to be pretty sophisticated to understand what's going on. And
to use a screwdriver?
Well, yeah. Yes, you could, but it's not like here's the noise monitoring device in case you need to remove it. It's a pretty subtle device. It's not. It's we found them to be effective.
Is one place outside as well? Do you have more than one device on the property?
I mean, I would imagine that we're going to install living rooms and potentially bedrooms. But you want at least one like centrally located in each property. So in this case, it'd be the main property and the ADU, and those usually pick up most of the noise. But you could, if needed, you could install. I don't think there's a limit on the number that you could install if necessary.
So since you do this professionally, is there a protocol for having more than one and then one outside just in case someone's having a event on the outside, maybe just a small gathering, they're there for 4th of July, eating on the inside and then on the outside, and the noise gets a little loud on the outside. How do you monitor the noise on the outside?
Sure, that's a good question. You would have to, for that particular device, you would have to have an outlet. I'm not sure of the, I don't know if they're made for outdoor use, but I would imagine an alternate solution for, outdoor noise monitoring is, something like a Ring video camera, or a similar Wi-Fi connected device that could monitor, the yard, the backyard, entryway. Smart devices in general that can complement the indoor noise monitoring solution.
So I'm going to save Mr. March in a few questions, a breath a little bit. So what platform do you have your own platform that you utilize to solicit people to come utilize this service?
No, sir. No, sir. Just Airbnb. That's just Airbnb.
Airbnb.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So basically, you just there on ground. Since he's doing other things, you will address any problems and issues that this property and other properties may come about.
Correct. That's my job.
That's your job. Okay. To my right, any questions? To my left? Ms. Smalls?
Just one quick question. I'm wondering why it has two addresses. Is the parking lot next to the home one of the, because it's 457 and 459 here.
Ms. Smalls, the reason for 911 purposes, if there's a single-family residence and an accessory dwelling unit on the parcel, both have to have addresses.
That answers my question. Thank you.
Very observant. Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Truslow.
This has a maximum of 10 guests, is what's been applied for. Do you have other properties that you manage that have 10 guest capacity? 10 sounds almost like a party in itself. The 10 cars also are being parking provided for 10 cars. That's quite a lot in one residential location.
I believe our current max is a property with 8, so this would be 2 more than that.
Mr. Sutton, from my understanding, with dealing with Mr. Barr prior to the application, it was 6 in the main house, and I believe it was 4 in the accessory dwelling unit. Because there's not a separation on the application, that's why the number is 10.
No,
the number of parking spaces is 2 for the structure and then 1 for every permitted bedroom after that. That's why we get to 10. So since they have 2 different structures, that's on 4 at the beginning, simply because they have 2 structures, and then you have to count the number of bedrooms. That's why they're asked for 10 parking spaces.
I see. I guess my question is more is that you have a maximum of 10 people staying there, and then they have guests to come. Then it's potentially more than 10 people being using the property. My question, if you how you manage a property that's got 10 people in a residential area, and you said you have 8 and you've had no problems, is that my understanding?
Correct. Yeah,
And you've talked to the neighbors on one side. The neighbors in the back you referenced had some concerns about noise. And what have you advised them about that? The device you just mentioned earlier?
Correct.
I see. And were they satisfied with that?
I believe so. I mean, we haven't heard, that seems to have been satisfactory, but we're happy to, continue to work with them to, make sure this is a peaceful cohabitation.
And I'm just, you may not know, I'll just ask anyway. Will Dr. Barr be giving them your name to the neighbors so that they can have a place, someone to be able
Absolutely,
to call
yeah.
you if there's any issues? Okay. Thank you very
I
much.
will be readily available.
All right.
Yes, sir, Mr. Truslow.
Thank you for coming, and I want to congratulate you or compliment you on having a decibel reader. Meter. I think this is the first time we've had one in the short time I've been here, but living on an island, I'm sensitive to this. We're often party central. But at what level of decibel reading do you find to be acceptable? I understand the difference between, let's say, 60 and 80 is about double, but the way it works out. But I'm just curious, what's an acceptable noise level?
That's a good question. I mean, it is an emerging solution, this device. I think part of it is based on the placement of the device, so it's a little bit of like testing. You want it to be, you don't want the device to be concealed behind a couch or something, which would not allow for monitoring to be effective. So you want it to be able to I guess hear the amount of noise. But I'm not. I've got a contact at the company that makes them. He could definitely answer these questions in more detail. But I know that the decibel range can be adjusted. So typically what I do when I install them is make it very sensitive so that it's going off maybe more frequently than it needs to. And I can, dial it back to where it's only notifying me when there's an actual, loud noise event, such as loud music, something of that nature.
I mean, and at what distance is it measured? And I was still trying to find out what the decibel level is. I think for say a .22 rifle that's shot would be about a 60 decibel reading.
Mm-hmm.
What would you find to be acceptable?
I don't know the decibel amount, but it's based on the period of time that threshold is met. So let's say it's 60 decibels, or maybe it's 80 or somewhere between. If that is constant for a period of time of 30 seconds, 1 minute, 5 minutes, that's when notifications can be occurring based on the settings.
Thank you.
Sure.
And I could see we had a little problem with the last applicant and understanding what was going on. I can see here that you've got we really have two dwellings and got ample access to the rear of the property rather than parking on the street or on the
Correct.
front of them. So the parking is not designed to be in the front of the house, it's to be in the rear.
Correct.
Or on the side or in the rear, is that correct?
On the side, yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone over here to my left? I want to welcome Ms. Smalls and Mr. Williams. Anything else? Anyone else? Thank you so very much for your testimony.
Thank you very
sir.
much.
Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone to speak in favor? Anyone else? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition to this application? Very good. Now, this case is closed to the public. Board members, do we have any questions of staff? Any discussion among ourselves? Well, once again, all right, Mr. Deb.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that in the matter of BZA case 10-23-00719, that we approve this application. We have heard that The question whether it's compatible with existing uses in the vicinity and doesn't adversely affect the general welfare or character, that there are 3 STRs in the immediate area, so it will not be the first in the neighborhood. The applicant has said that there will be no parties allowed, and that their parking is provided to accommodate the guest expected, and the management would be through Airbnb, who vets prospective guests. The second adequate provision made to protect the adjacent properties. We heard testimony from Mr. Shakely about monitoring of a noise device, and he also said that Dr. Barr would be giving the neighbors, they've spoken to 2 neighbors to the property already, but all neighbors will be given Mr. Shakely's name and contact information in case there's an issue, so they can be contacted. They've made provisions for trash and so forth for the properties. Third, complies with all applicable rules, regulations, and laws and standards of the ordinance. It's in limited site review process now, but it seems to meet that requirement. And I would also include my motion that he meets all 4 conditions as recommended by the staff.
Thank you, sir. Do we have a second? All right, I got a second here with Mr. Nelson. Any discussion? Okay. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous. It carries. Sir, congratulations. Your application has been approved. Within 10 days, you'll be getting information from staff letting you know the next steps in the process. Congratulations and good night, sir, to you. Our next case is case BZA 11-23-00720. It will be done by Ms. Working.
Hi. The applicant, Barbara Looney of Barbara Looney Architects, and the property owner, Sharon Kahn, are requesting a variance to reduce the required 35-foot OCRM critical line setback by 8 feet to 27 feet for a portion of the proposed covered screen-in porch at 821 North Colony Drive, which is TMS number 418-15-00015 in the St. Andrews area, Charleston County. The subject property and adjacent properties are located in the low-density residential R4 zoning district. The properties across Colony Drive are located in the city of Charleston's jurisdiction. The 0.25 acre property was platted in 1962, and the property lines were slightly adjusted in 1989. The property contains an existing single-family residence that was constructed in 1991 per Charleston County records. The property contains 2 rear decks. The majority of the second rear deck encroaches into the required 35-foot OCRM critical line setback, and Charleston County adopted required setbacks and buffers from the OCRM critical line in 2001. The applicant's letter of intent explains, and quote, "We request a reduction of the OCRM setback from 35 feet to 27 feet for an encroachment of 82 square feet for a portion of a proposed covered screen porch." This is the ordinance requirement, the 300-foot radius. This is a zoomed-in area of the property and zoomed out. This is our posting. We conducted a site visit on November 14th, 2023. Some photographs of the rear deck that exists. And some photographs provided by the applicant. This is the survey of the property that shows the critical line, the most recent, and then the existing site plan. This is the existing rear plan, and then this is the proposed site plan. So you could see the addition, well, on the right or the northeast. And this is the rear addition. And this is what it looks like now, and then this is the proposed elevation with the screen and porch. Plat. Regarding the approval criteria, we found that, we stated that it meets 1 and 5, and that it may meet 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7. The board may approve approval conditions or deny the application based on the BZA's finding of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary. If you guys choose to approve, we do have some suggested conditions. 1, prior to commencing construction, silt fencing shall be installed along the critical line. The silt fencing shall be maintained for the duration of the construction. 2, the required 15-foot OCRM critical line buffer shall be maintained pursuant to the Charleston County Zoning and Land Development Regulations Ordinance, ZELDAR, and that's section 4247. 3, the applicant shall coordinate with Public Works Stormwater Division to address stormwater mitigation measures, such as the use of rain barrels or rain gardens to reduce the flow of stormwater into the marsh. Documentation of the approved measures shall be submitted as part of the zoning permit application. And 4, the encroachment area shall be limited to the footprint area shown on the submitted site plan, which is the 82 square foot encroachment. Do you have any questions?
Yes, sir. Oh,
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Working. Is there a slide, or am I missing one, that shows where the 35 feet and it's the encroachment in the 28? If you can tell me which one that is, because I have a question on that. So
This one might be one of the better ones. You could see.
okay, so
the line.
the new addition is this back piece, right? The looking like the state of New York, maybe. You have some real good imagery for you.
Just on the right. It's just the screen.
Yeah.
Just a,
Right here. Can you
oh, it's the okay, I'm looking at the wrong piece. So
look? Hold on. Sorry. Look behind you. I'm sorry. So I should have. Right there. Yeah. Everything else is existing, but that's the line. The line goes.
yeah,
with it.
okay, I'm fine then. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Nelson?
You can see it pretty good when you go back and forth between.
Mr. Nelson?
All right, Ms. Working, I just have a question about the second special condition that you included.
Okay.
The required 15-foot OCRM critical line buffer setback shall be maintained pursuant to ZELDAR. And is that condition necessary? Because wouldn't it be applicable by rule?
It's not necessary, but we like it as a reminder that they don't clear, that they don't, put a patio back there, that kind of thing. Because we're seeing, that happen.
Okay. So it's I got you.
It's more of a reminder, but yeah, if they were, caught either way, it'd be a problem.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Truesville, you had a question? Mr. Neal?
I have a follow-up, and this is mainly because I'm new on this board. Maybe I can still get away with that.
No.
On the critical on the setbacks on the critical lines. I mean, the critical lines are there for a reason. They help the drainage. They help maintain nature and all the type of stuff there. Has there been in the past any other special conditions put on it so that we're not changing, the impact is as low as possible? Or is that just, we're telling them, don't do it other than this one little spot and that's it? I mean, this won't have any adverse effects to the drainage?
Yeah, the rain gardens help, as well as the rain barrels. That catches some of the rain off the edge of the roof.
And that's part of the staff?
That was one of our ideas, yeah, number 3.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else to my left? Yes, sir. Mr. Marchant?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Marchant, excuse me.
Sorry, been called worse. Ms. Working, criteria 1, help me with that one, because one could argue that you could add a screen porch somewhere else on the back, and tell me why staff feels like it meets that condition.
I don't think you could add anything else on the back of this house without needing either a tree variance or a setback variance.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, this might be better for the applicant. You could argue you could go off the living room straight out back and maybe get a 2-foot variance from the setback, right? I mean, you can minimize this, I guess, more than what's being asked for. And so I guess my question for staff is, what are the exceptional things about this property that are different than others?
Well,
And
definitely the trees.
the trees,
Yeah,
sure.
is one of them.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you, Ms. Working. Is the applicant present? Very good. Please come forward. Please state your name and address for the record, and please tell us why we should approve your application.
I'm Barbara Looney. I'm the architect for the property. My address is in the city of Charleston, but for the office, I use P.O. Box 62, 29402.
And your name?
Barbara Looney.
And pull the mic down for me, please, just a little bit. I want to hear every word you got to say.
Hello.
Hello. Thank you.
Thank you. If we can go back to the start of my presentation, Jenny. I want to point out two things that are inadvertently going to answer Mr. Marchant's questions. The first thing I want to point out is the rear property line and therefore the OCRM setback line are actually not parallel to the water and to the river. So in this drawing that you're looking at in this photograph, aerial photograph, that's the Ashley River up on the upper right-hand corner. The property line and the OCRM setback are not parallel to that. So the view actually out of the back of the house is not this way, but it's that way. Okay, so that's one thing. And if we could go to the next. So you can see here the view again is like this. Next one. And the next, one more? Yes. So we also have 4 grand trees. We're talking like 46, 47-inch oak trees in the back. In addition, our neighbor to the right has a 50-something inch oak tree. The clients also have grand trees in the front yard. I think there's 6 total on the property. So we are limited by both the OCRM and the tree clearances. If we were to add to the back of the living room, it actually would be a similar square footage encroaching in the OCRM for the square footage, the size of the square footage we want for the screen porch. It would have a similar OCRM setback encroachment. However, because the view, especially for that neighbor to the west, is across the back of the property looking that way, adding to the back of that living room, which is already proud of where we're adding on, would be more impactful to the neighbor on the west. Does that make sense? So we're tucking it in that back right corner. It will just be an extension of that existing rear deck across with a little bit of a bay on it. But otherwise, we're trying to minimize the impact to the neighbors and to the trees. I believe that's it. Next one, we'll just cycle through real quick. Yeah, so you can see we have the 2 trees at the front, the neighbor's trees on our proposed site plan. Next one. Again, the existing deck, which is the one that's shaped like the state of New York, and the existing rear deck originate with the construction of the home. They predate the owner's purchase, and the OCRM setback ordinance in 2001. So, any other questions for me?
Yeah. How far are the 2 decks from one another?
Not that far. It's that step down. It's maybe 5 feet. The existing. You're talking about the existing to
yeah,
the.
yeah.
Mhm. It's like maybe 5 feet.
Any questions to my left? Yes, sir, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you for your presentation. My question is really specific to special condition number 3 that staff has proposed, which is related to the stormwater mitigation measures. Staff a couple of years ago began recommending this condition for similar encroachments into the OCRM critical line setback. And I'm curious as to whether or not your owner would be willing to comply with that special condition.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Marchant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hey, Ms. Looney.
Hey, Mr. Marchant.
It's good to see you.
Good to see you too.
It's been a long time. My question's around how the screen porch meets the ground, are you closing the crawl, what would be a crawl space, or is it just touching the ground with some columns?
It's just touching, it would be on piers.
Okay.
The existing rear deck is on piers, so we'll just continue those piers across. We've discussed if it has some storage underneath it, it might have lattice or something like that enclosure, but otherwise it'll be either just the dirt or it'll have gravel to it.
So you could argue stormwater could still sort of seep in there and flow through, if you will.
It's going to be covered.
It
but
will
yeah,
be covered, but
yeah.
but where I'm going with this is you're creating a very light
Yes.
impact on the ground, right?
Yes, it would. It will still be exposed for water purposes. Yes.
Good question, sir. Anyone else here on my left? On my right? Thank you so very much for your
Thank you.
testimony today. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in favor? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Do you have anyone to speak in opposition? Thank you. This case is now closed to the public. Board members, do we have any questions of staff? We have any general discussion? Yes, sir.
I have a question, and maybe Mr. Marchant can answer, because it's kind of on his line of thinking. Again, I'm trying to make sure we have a minimal impact on this area that could be going into. And homes now, especially in the Charleston area, have encapsulation underneath their houses to keep from moisture and mildew and things like that. Has the board ever put any type of restriction that it can't encapsulate, or is it once it's approved, is it just going to be done? So now they could go and encapsulate because a year from now they have moisture problems. I'd like to entertain whether the staff has ever thought about something like that, or if the board's thinking about something like that. I don't have a solution. I'm just bringing that out there, because if they're going to build over an area that is in the critical line, and we're talking about stormwater, moisture is there. So I don't know. I don't know how they answer that.
I don't have an answer either, Mr. Hughes. You might, but I'll say this. What I like about it is it's almost like a dock, right? So you have piers that are hitting the ground, and there's not a continuous wall, foundation wall. So even blowing rain or whatever will seep into the ground there. And then whatever rain's captured on the new roof gets handled by criteria number 3 or not criteria, but condition. Thank you, number 3. So in some ways, the impact's very minimal. If we're doing an encapsulated crawl space, this is different. So I think the applicant's gone to some pretty good measures, which is why I asked the question. But I don't know the answer to your question. That's probably more for the real veterans around here. So.
I would simply answer by saying it's outside of our domain and we should not wander down that path.
Mr. Hughes?
I agree with the last commentator.
Very well spoken.
But in terms of building, what will be used, those things are, I believe, Jenny, correct me if I'm incorrect, through site plan review. So.
Okay. Yes, sir, Mr. Chuzlo.
I viewed the impact as being what might be described as de minimis, but aside from that, I'm asking a question perhaps. Isn't it significant that the home was built in 1991 and the OCRM setback standards were in, 2000, 2001? I mean, the home was already there. You've got somebody that wants to protect their neighbor and protect the trees. Is that something that we can factor in?
Yes. Yes, sir.
No.
Yeah, we have seen cases in the past where the OCRM critical line has changed over time. That's why it's set for 5 years, and you have to renew it if it goes away. It will move. We've seen evidence of sea level rise, and we've seen salt marsh migrate. But in a case like this, it probably has changed some over the years and would affect their ability to use the back of the property, and we have factored that into our decision making in the past.
That's what I would like to do.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Any other comments, questions? If not, can I get a motion to approve this app? Yes, sir.
I've been the quietest member of the.
No,
this-
sir. No,
for
sir.
so long.
No, sir.
I've moved to approve the request for a variance at 821 North Colony Drive in the St. Andrews area. On the following basis or grounds, among others. The facts and applicable law support approval. A proper notice has been made. The matter's been thoroughly investigated. The audience may not know it, but we can see everything on a map as well as one here, and the county has provided us with laptops, so we have 3 resources. We can research this ahead of time and be prepared, so we're not just hearing this for the first time. Proper notice has been given. The matter's been thoroughly investigated by staff. We've seen multiple photographs. The setback is to reduce only 8 feet to 27 feet. The impact is de minimis. It's designed for a laudatory reason, from my point of view, to protect the view of the neighbor, and to protect, importantly, to protect trees that are important to all of us in our community and our environment. This is simply going to be a screened-in porch. The home was built, and to me, I thought it was significant. The home was built in 1991, before the Charleston County OCRM setbacks were even established. They didn't come into to place until 10 years later. This is basically a variance for a small area, about 80 square feet. The variance is consistent with and meets the approval criteria set forth in Ordinance 3, and I think I'm required to say this all. I don't know the answer, but it's consistent with Ordinance 3.10.6, 1 through 7, to wit, and those, I have to recite these so there'll be a record of what's happened. The rear of the property is borders on the OCR critical line. There's 7 trees that are important here that we want to protect to our best of our ability for the environment, for the community. 5 of the trees may be impacted. Thus, I would say that there are exceptional circumstances, and this would call for an approval of a variance. That would be number 1. Number 2, there are 7 of these that I'll go through. The conditions do not generally apply to other properties, given the location of the property, the location of the grand trees, and the community as a whole. Number 3, failure to grant the variance would restrict use of the property in what I would consider to be an unfair, unreasonable manner. Essentially, the applicant is simply seeking to cover an existing deck. Mr. Marchant analogized it to somewhat like a pier. I would agree with that. Number 4, the variance will not impair or adversely affect adjacent properties. I think the neighbors would approve. Nobody has objected. And there's been adequate notice. Nobody at all has objected. I think the neighbors, so I understand that the neighbors would benefit. The zoning district will not be harmed. This is basically a desire to provide a screened porch as compared to existing decking. There have been no complaints again. This does not extend a non-conforming use, and it clearly meets the criteria. Under numbers 6 and 7, the request is not a result of the applicant's acts or inattention to detail, and reference is made to there's a 2013 survey that we're aware of. Number 7, the granting of a variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive design that's for the benefit of Charleston County and our citizens. And its purpose is to preserve the trees and to minimize the impact on the views of the Ashley River. So, in sum, I would approve the request for a variance, provided the applicant adhere to the 4 written recommendations that by staff that I would incorporate by reference. I notice number 3 is simply to allay any concerns is simply a recommendation that there be coordination. I'm sure that there's an architect involved, and we have good members of our community that'll see that that this will be adhered to protect our community. So on that basis, I move to approve.
Second. All right, we have a motion that has properly been moved and second. Any discussion?
I would just say that that's one of the most thorough motions that I've ever heard, and I really appreciate it.
I wish we could just incorporate things by reference and not have to say it over and over, but if someone were to complain or appeal, we
You
want
got
to
us
have
covered.
We want to have a record that's lawyer-proof.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Very well spoken. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. It carries. Congratulations. Your application has been approved. Within 10 days, staff will be giving you information, letting you know the next steps in the process. Congratulations and good night.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
for this next case,
Recluse yourself.
0721, I asked for recusal based on my relationship with the applicant.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Right
The
after this one, we'll take a little recess.
Okay. The applicant Nathan Hurdle and the property owner Janet B. Coulter are requesting a variance to remove 2 grand live oak trees, 25-inch diameter breast height DBH, and a 27-inch DBH for a proposed single-family residence at 307 Magnolia Road, which is TMS number 418-13-00144 in the St. Andrews area of Charleston County. The subject property and adjacent properties to the northwest, east, south, and west are located in the low-density residential R4 zoning district. The adjacent property to the northeast is located in the city of Charleston's jurisdiction. The 12,000 square foot or 0.28 acre property contains an existing 1938 bungalow that will be demolished. The applicant property owner is proposing to divide the properties into 2 6,000 square feet or 0.14 acre lots, each measuring 50 feet by 120 feet, as shown on the 1931 plat, which is Lot 4 and Lot 5, Block D. The subject property contains 7 grand live oak trees. 2 of those grand trees are located on Lot 4, and the remaining 5 are located on Lot 5. And this is the ordinance requirements, the radius. This is a zoomed in aerial. And that's of the 2 properties, the 4 and 5. This is the posting we posted. We visited the site on November 14th, 2023. Photographs of the 25-inch live oak tree and photographs of the 27-inch live oak tree. This is the subject property. Like I said, so the lot with the footprint is the lot that we're talking about. Like I said, currently it's just 1 lot, and they're wanting to put that line back in, as shown on this plat. Let's see. So concerning the criteria, we stated that they meet 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7, or maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7, and meets 5. There were 5 letters of support in your packets, and then the applicant provided some additional information in your supplemental packet. Oh, conditions, okay. Come off of there. The board may approve of conditions or deny the request based on the BZA's finding of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make a decision. If the board chooses to approve the case, we have some recommendations. 1, the applicant shall mitigate the removal of 52 inches by either A, submitting a mitigation plan for review and approval indicating the installation of canopy trees no smaller than 2 1/2 inches in caliper equaling inch per inch replacement. B, by depositing funds into the Charleston County Tree Fund as described in section 926 of the Charleston County Zoning and Land Development Regulations Ordinance. or C, a combination of both A and B. The allotted mitigation shall be in place prior to removal. 2, tree barricades shall be installed around all grand trees within 40 feet of disturbance prior to any construction pursuant to Section 924 of the Charleston County Zoning and Land Development Regulations. 3, the applicant shall retain a certified arborist to monitor and treat all grand trees on site throughout through the duration of the construction. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, I'm sorry, I got deep in this. Does anybody have a question of staff that's working? Mr. Williams?
Hi. Question is, do you know the square footage of the existing house that's on this property?
The one that will be demolished on lot
Yeah.
4?
Yes.
I don't know, but this is the other lot. The other side is currently vacant. They're showing just like a footprint. There we go. So.
Mr. Neal?
Yeah, a couple of questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, does staff have a level of trees, survey what grade the trees are that we're asking to be removed here? That's my first, and I've got a follow-up.
I would say that the trees are a B grade. If you look in the cluster of the three there, they all kind of go, they're opposite, they're in one direction. So
they're in good shape.
Yeah, they're in good shape. They're healthy. Yeah, they have very unique canopy shapes, if you will.
So then my follow-up is I'm trying to wrap my hand around number 6 criteria, which it states the need for this variance is not the result of the application's own actions. The applicant is subdividing this property, which to me is a clear his own action, because it looks like if you can pull up the zoning map of other properties, I agree that subdividing this property would keep it in character of the neighborhood. So I don't have a problem with the subdividing of the property. There are a couple of other larger properties still in this neighborhood. I'm not familiar with this neighborhood. So I'm fine with the subdivision, but the subdivision is their own actions, which clearly violates number 6. So I just don't understand how that meets this request. Maybe that's something for the applicant, but I was wondering what staff's position, especially since the grade level in these trees are grade level B. If these things were Ds or Fs, that'd be one thing, but these are solid trees. I mean, they could keep this property as one piece and find a way to put a home on this property.
Yeah.
So I'm struggling with number 6.
Yeah, I have a similar opinion as well. A lot of times what probably happened in this case is the line was dropped because it was one owner, so they didn't get 2 separate tax bills. But they want to be able to build 2 separate houses versus one house on a bigger lot.
I mean, this could clearly be their own actions.
Could be.
Thank you.
Any more on my right? Yes, sir.
I had a question. I don't know the answer. Maybe it's for our arborists. But we're talking about cutting down 2 live oak trees, what are called grand trees, that law says we're supposed to try to protect if we can, but reasonable accommodations can be made. Trees are going to be planted to replace them, as I understand. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Well, yeah,
Yes,
you got to.
they can plant or they can pay
They can pay
fee.
or
There's not much room on that property.
And how long would it take? I'm just curious because I just don't know the answer. For if trees are planted, how long will it take them to? How many years will it take them to get to 24 inches, 25 inches as proposed? How long does it take?
That's hard to say. With different trees having different growing conditions, live oaks is generally half-inch a year in diameter growth. So you think 24-inch tree, 48 years old. That is on the best growing site, so it could take 80, 90, 100 years. Depends. But I'd say average maybe 60 years to get that size.
About 100 years?
About 60 years, I would say. About
60.
60.
60?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Good question. What about questions on my left? Any questions over here?
Well,
Mr. Williams?
follow-up question. Mr. Workin, I was just looking at this plan here, and they've got an existing house. if they were to build a house around where the existing house is located, is there any trees interfering with that?
No. They could rebuild in that location.
That's what I'm wondering. Okay, because I know we've been amenable to existing homes, and they want to refurbish that existing home and stuff like that on the board, so that's why I'm wondering. Thank you.
Any more questions? Okay. Thank you so very much, Ms. Working. Is the applicant present? Very good. Please state your name and address for the record, and please tell us why we should approve. You have not been sworn in, have you?
I swore in.
You swore in,
Sir,
okay.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Members of the board, yeah, thank you. My name is Nathan Hurdle. I'm a residential builder in South Carolina. I live at 554 Godfrey Park Place in Charleston. And sorry, was there another criteria? So I'm a residential home builder, have just worked in West Ashley pretty much solely for the past 10 years, doing renovations and additions, doing custom construction. So one new construction house was 3 houses to the north of this at 2 Live Oak Avenue, but it's the corner of Live Oak and Magnolia Road. And we put in a 3-bed, 2.5-bath, new construction house. My priority has always, for the past, since I've been fully licensed, has been to do near zero energy homes and super high efficient homes. That one we had a solar array and Tesla Powerwall on it. We used super well insulated homes and then do just mini split air conditioning systems to use, so the homes use about half or less of what a typical family home would do. I mentioned this to kind of say we care about buildings. My wife is a interior designer at LS3P. She works with Mr. Marchin's company. We do high quality work, and we'll work with architects to develop the plans and want to make nice houses that will definitely contribute to the neighborhood. This isn't a plan book house that we would copy and paste on it. So to address Mr. Neal's questions, yes, the property is currently 2 lots 4 and 5, and we would be asking to revert back to the original 1931 plat so that we could put 2 houses on it. Part of trying to do high efficient homes and architecturally significant homes using brick and high-end materials on the outside is just being able to, it's got to be a commercial venture where we've got to be able to produce a nice home that people will want, and then 2 homes on this is the way that we'll be able to do that and build a house that's contributing to the neighborhood versus trying to build like a 5,000 square foot home on one side of the lot. We just don't feel would be, in the same keeping in character as what we're doing. Can I answer a question?
Not yet.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, we are working with an arborist. So we're at 307 and what would be possibly 309 Magnolia Road. We've talked to the neighbor at length on the next one. I don't think there's any opposition at all. Ms. Lisa Howell. The next property up is 1 Live Oak Avenue, and that's Mike Russell. Mike is the owner of Natural Directions. He's a certified arborist, so when he looks out his windows, he sees the trees on this lot, and he's the arborist for this project. He has developed a tree protection plan for the rest of the trees on the neighborhood, which we absolutely will do, everything in the protection plan. We kind of certainly work and expect that to be one of the criterias if we're approved, is to follow through and hire him to do a certified arborist to do the any mitigation on the property to fit as many trees as we can. I'm sorry that I don't have all the data in front. I know a 2.5 inch caliper diameter is the minimum that would be required. We would certainly be willing to try to put larger trees if it's a 4-inch or a 6-inch tree. I'm not sure what's available locally with live oak trees or native canopy trees that we could do to mitigate on the lot, but so that they could grow fast. They've already got a head start and could grow faster over time and become the grand trees. But I guess one of the points we want to make, we are keeping the larger trees on the lots, and we explored, is there a way to move the setbacks over and get a relaxation of setbacks, just the way that these trees are positioned on the lot. We're already doing a narrower than, what would maybe normally be in that neighborhood house to be able to fit specifically on this lot, specifically considering the arrangement of the trees and that, so. Can I answer, or I guess that's my presentation?
Very good, sir. Very good. You have documentation there?
I do, yes. And
is that something you want to present to us for evidence?
It is, yeah. I know we provided that to the office. I don't know if that was.
It's the tree survey that's already.
Okay, I'm thinking you have other information.
If it's the same,
It's the same.
have
It is the same, yeah. It's the
Okay.
tree protection plan dated November 19th from
Okay.
Mike Russell, Natural Directions. It's the tree evaluation dated November 16th from Mike Russell, and then he provided to the board. But it's the tree protection plan kind of showing where the fences would be, and then.
I thought you had something additional to what was already
nothing in
submitted.
addition, sir, no.
Okay. All right, let's see if anyone, Mr. Jordan has a question for you.
So what's the tree protection plan for the 2 trees you're going to take down?
Correct, sir, yeah. For the tree, the 2 trees that we would take down would be removed. We would keep the larger trees on the lot, the 36-inch, I think one's 44, 46 inches. We would keep those. There's 2 other trees in the backyard that we would, put fences up around. I think he's got mulching, various things to treat the soil, to monitor them all the way through construction, to keep monitoring a year after. The 2 that we would take down would be removed in order to build a nice home that would be a
Has there
credit to
been any
the
other consideration of scenarios in order to save those 2 trees? Was anything ever considered?
As far as the site design, we certainly looked like, and could we only do one of them? It's reverting to the plat lines from the 1931 survey is, what we're looking at. And even if we were to relax some of the 5-foot setback, we'd still be within the critical zones around the tree. We've already kind of planned a narrower house on that specifically to not interfere with any trees. We just don't find a way to develop the lot with a nice single-family home, not a trailer, but a nice single-family home that would be a credit without impacting these 2.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Williams?
Sir, so we currently have 1 lot here, right?
Correct.
And you said that you could potentially build a house as big as 5,000 square feet on this 1 lot?
Sorry, that was maybe more extemporaneous. We haven't really explored that. We feel it would be better for the neighborhood to have 2 houses instead of 1 gigantic.
Right, so the criteria we have to go by are 1 through 7. The need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. We have a lot right now that's we have nothing to do with the partition aspect of it. We're just looking at the trees and the criteria we have to go by. So how do you go, kind of speak concerning that? Because the lot, we have the lot size here, we have the lot we're looking at, we have an existing home, you want to demolish the home, that's your choice. But you could have a smaller house on this lot than 5,000 square feet as well. So are there any neighborhood rules or regulations stating you have to have 2 lots on this?
No, it's reverting back to the 1931 plat, which is a by right. It's grandfathered in before the 1955. So it is a choice to revert back to the 2 lots to make 2. I don't think that just keeping it as 1 and building 1 large house, to us, it's more in keeping with the neighborhood and still trying to prioritize the trees that are existing on the lot, the larger trees that are there, is what we're trying to do, kind of different balancing. So we understand, there's no law requiring us to revert to the, but if the by right is there to revert to the 2 lots and then building it, which we think would be more in keeping with the neighborhood, and I think there's several letters from people in the neighborhood directly next door, directly across the street, who would be more in favor of 2 homes that would be a credit versus potential other options.
So I'm hearing it's the applicant's decision. That's what I'm hearing.
What's that?
It's the applicant's decision to build like this. I'm just looking at the criteria 6.
Yeah, it's a by right reversion to it. So, but yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Jordan?
I don't follow your logic of that you're looking out for the neighborhood when it's been that way since 1931.
Yes, sir. We think that other neighbors support there being two, the home that was there has had a great life and it's 70, 80 years old. I think that the neighbors recognize the quality of home that we would put in, and having more neighbors, having more people live close to Avondale, having nice homes that will be, distinctive architecturally and a credit to the neighborhood, I think is what other neighbors are supporting in our application.
Mr. Neal?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got a few questions here pertaining the same topic that my fellow commissioners are struggling with, it sounds like, and that is this need for this variance is based on the applicant's own actions. But I'm going to take it a different tangent and have some questions. If the subdivision is to take place and have two lots, are you the owner, or are you here for the applicant?
I am the residential builder. Brent Heist is the owner.
Okay, so one of my questions would be, if the subdivisions, are you building two houses, is this for two families? Is this for him and his staying within the family? Is it? Yeah, I'll tell you all my questions, and then y'all can decide how to answer things. Is it staying in within the family, or is this something that's going to be sold off? Or because that's kind of an important thing. The second question is, since you're the builder, are you looking at certain type of prototype houses that you talked about, your energy efficient models and things like that, which I applaud you for, but at the same time, I think one of the commissioners asked, to what length have you gone to draw out other options on this house? Because I would much rather be voting for a variance to the critical line or a tree variance line than to cut down trees. And I think it sounds like to me that we're trying to put one of your prototypes that you have onto this small lot. And again, I'm struggling with number 6, which is the need for this variance. The need for this variance is not the result of the applicant's actions. And I feel like, unfortunately, it is. And I agree. The other criteria that you want to keep the character of the neighborhood, that's another line item. So I agree. I believe you're keeping the character of the neighborhood, but it's because you're trying to put two houses on here. And I think it's going to be hard for me to support any motion that gets past that. So anything that the applicant or yourself can provide will help me and probably the other committee members here.
I guess I'll start out with your second question first. This is definitely not a home plan, like a book, that we're just copying and pasting. It's a specific house that is designed explicitly for this. We explored, how narrow can we make a house to still fit on this lot, and even relaxing the 5-foot side setbacks. I think we explored that in the initial application. The home would have to be 13 feet wide, which just is not going to create a nice home. And so we would, if there was a way to do it without disturbing any trees, we absolutely would try to do that. It's definitely not I haven't built this home before. We've developed this plan explicitly for this lot, trying to minimize the disturbance of any other trees around. Can we hand it off?
I'm sorry, it's just one at a
Oh,
time.
one at a time.
You'll get a chance as well. Thank you.
But yes, Mr. Heist is planning on moving into one of the homes, and then the other home at this point would plan to be a spec house. The other homes that I've sold have been to young families who are, members of the community and looking for other homes. So it is partially a commercial venture, to answer your question.
So just one quick follow-up. So it's your opinion as a home builder that you could build another house on this lot, or you haven't explored that, if we kept it as one lot?
Oh, everything, all of our planning has gone into reverting to two homes on the two lots.
So you haven't explored putting one home on this lot?
Correct, yes.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have any other questions on that side? Yes, sir.
Again, I'm a little out of my area, so I'm new to this area. But if you take down 2 trees, you'll replace them with how many? Approximately. I'm just trying to get my mind around it.
Yeah, I think, so my understanding is, so that'll be 52 inches that we will need to mitigate. And so if we can find trees that are 6 inches in diameter, we will put as many on these 2 lots as we're able to, wherever we can place them around the house. Is my understanding, talking with Mr. Foster and then our other arborist who lives 2 doors down, you don't want to put them on top of each other. I think you want roughly 30-foot spacing between the trees. So we would put as many, and we would get as large of specimens as we could so that they would become the grand trees that, contribute as quick as possible. Just because the lot is, 12,000 square feet and there are 5 other grand trees that would be existing, we would put, I would hope that we could maybe get 20 inches on this, and then we would contribute to 32 caliper inches of trees to the tree fund.
It's friendly, what the lawyers would call a friendly question. Sure. If you take down 2, you'll end up eventually with more.
With more, correct, sir, yes.
That's the long and short of that.
We'll get the other 6 of you and check them out.
In 60 years.
Then the second part of this, I never thought I'd see the day, but I saw it on the Isle of Palms. They dug up the live oaks and moved them. Spade the trees. Is that? I'm just seeing if there are any alternatives before I come to my last question.
Yeah, to be honest, I have not. We would be happy to explore that. We did not come into this saying we want to go in and buzz cut the neighborhood. I mean, we would love the trees. So
I didn't take it that way.
Sure,
I have,
yeah, we would certainly try to work with an arborist if they thought that there was a possibility of moving one or both of them and preserving them. We would be happy to explore.
I have no reservations about the quality of work you do, your integrity, good faith. I don't have any concerns about that. I appreciate all you're trying to do. I need some help on something.
Sure.
I like Mr. Neal, I'm having trouble getting how we can get around the law. We've got an ordinance here. It's 3.10.6 subsection 6 that I know you're familiar with because it's in the application. How do we? I need help. How can we get around? It looks to me like we've got a law in place whether we want to or not, we've got to comply with the law unless we can come up with a good, solid reason not to obey what appears to be the law on. As I'm reading it, Mr. Neal's reading it. Help me. How do we get around this? We've got one house. It's going to be demolished. 2 houses are going to be put in on about a quarter of an acre each. Well, about an eighth of an acre each.
Yep.
And in order to do that, you got to move the trees. I'm okay with that. Except I can't figure, I'm having trouble, I need your help. How do we get around subsection 6?
I think that we are reverting to the already approved plat by Charleston County, and that is a by right. So, we wanted to approach this commission before there were already 2 separate lots. I mean, if that is a legality, I don't know. I'm speaking extemporaneously here. I hope I don't say anything wrong, but if they would be in 2 separate properties already before we came to the board, and that was already its own TMS number, would that, I don't know if that would make any changes to it, but it's a by right reversion to it. As I spoke with the planning office, it's not even a subdivision process. It's simply contacting the TMS and the GIS and saying, we'd like a new tax number. And then, so it fits within the county's goals to have single-family homes on these lots designed for single-family residences.
It was a friendly question. Sure. But because I have, again, no concerns, no reservations about good faith, and you're trying to do the right thing. I'm just faced with a law that I'm really struggling. I can't speak for Mr. Neal, but I think the same way he's struggling. I'm looking for what they might call a loophole, or I need some help. I want to help you, but I'm really struggling with this ordinance.
Yeah, we have waited, we have not put in the, paperwork to revert them to 2 lots yet, but it is a by right, they don't even consider it a subdivision. So we're not subdividing the lots. It's reverting to the original lots that were already approved. We did not put those lot lines in place. They've existed since J.C. Long, platted the neighborhood in 1931.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure if this is appropriate. I'm trying to help be a problem solver, but would it help, or maybe our attorney can tell us, would it help if we had a recess or delayed making the decision now to allow them to maybe get all their
So what you're asking for is a deferral.
a deferral?
That would be his request. But then yet, I don't see where that's going.
Is that going to affect us?
Well, he would have to ask for that.
So,
Go ahead.
I'm going to interject and just to explain something. When he's stating that the changing to the old plat is a by right, what he's actually saying is that, and from a legal standpoint, the owner of 2 lots that were once separate lots were then combined by the county because it was became a single owner. And so they didn't have to apply for a subdivision plat. They were able to go back to the county and create 2 lots. So there was nothing special about that. And so they could come before this board per lot because, and what he's saying is significant. I can't give him legal advice, and if he had an attorney, they would be explaining to you the ramifications of it being by right, because that is really significant. And I just want to say that to the board because, and I get it, what seems to be a bit of the hang-up is the fact that you see it as the applicant combining the lots, when in fact that is a right that this applicant has, that the county has granted to the applicant. So you may actually want to think of this as 2 separate lots in your discussions.
Question about that, if I can.
Does that mean they could unwind? He could unwind it.
They haven't done it yet, but they have the right to do that.
So I have one more friendly question, and if I'm out of order, please let me know, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
But under these circumstances, would it make sense to seek a deferral to get everything in order, or should we go ahead now? What would?
If we,
Just hold off on that.
We have
That's a
additional
good question.
questions.
Let's see what other questions we have first. Maybe we can get to where you want. Mr. Williams, you had a question?
Yeah, real quick, and if I
come at you,
can,
Mr. Morris.
because you mentioned the by right earlier as well. So, my question is, you still want to build 2 buildings on this property, and we're having to consider, what's in front of us is considering these trees that are here based on your plans, correct?
I guess if we look at it, then we're only requesting for the lot that would likely become 309 Magnolia, and so on that one lot, we would just want one house on that, the approved, 1931 plat. We'd want one house on each lot.
Right, and that takes me back to criteria number 6, where it's the applicant's own actions, because you're designing these houses, and it's not built yet. You have an existing house, you're demolishing the house. You could put another building right there in the same footprint, potentially, but the applicant's choosing not to do that. So that's all I'm looking at. Correct me if I'm wrong here. I'm done with my questions.
I think what Attorney Hughie was saying is that it was 2 lots. They're reverting back to 2 lots. But I guess my question, just to maybe change gears here, in looking at this diagram, I don't have a problem with it being 2 lots and 2 houses I think if we can, maybe we could save at least one tree. Is it possible to reduce the footprint of the house, the size of the house from 14,000 square feet to make it a bit smaller so that you can save at least one tree?
Yes, ma'am, we explored some of that. We would still need, that 25% of the canopy rule, we would still be coming back to you for other variances with that.
True, but then you would still be asking for one tree. And so that would be my question. Because I really don't have a problem with it being subdivided in two houses. I was just looking at maybe how you could potentially, instead of asking to remove two trees, just one tree.
Yeah, I guess at this point, if I can, I guess.
Well, you know what? I guess where we are right now, I'm going to thank you for your time. And I'm going to give this other gentleman a chance to come and present as well, because maybe he can give us a clearer point of view to where this project needs to go. Would that work for you?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Brent Heist. I live at 431 Magnolia Road, so I live 3 houses down right now.
You're the arborist?
No, I'm not. I'm the person who just closed on the
You're
land.
the owner. Okay, I'm sorry.
Friday. I'm actually an attorney. So you said you wanted an attorney to look at it. I'm an attorney. And if you want to look at it exactly what Mr. Hugie said, you can just basically think of it as 2 lots.
Mhm.
And to me, it is, are you not going to let us build a viable house on the lot? I live 2 doors down. I just closed on it Friday. These 2 women right here grew up in the house. They came here. They didn't need to. With their sister, their parents owned it. I would be the second owner. They are all for it. The whole neighborhood, as you've seen with the letters, is all for it. There's nothing. I do not want to cut down any trees. If there was another viable option, I would not do that. I want to start a family there. So because I live in a 4,000 square foot lot now, my fiance and I are starting a family. Can't afford to put a monstrosity on there. 6,000, 6,000. It makes our lot bigger. And we're also going to spend at least 5 figures to plant more trees to make the neighborhood better. I love this neighborhood. I have my neighbors here to testify that live directly across the street. I have an attorney that lives directly behind that wrote a letter to Mr. Newman. There is nothing we want less than to cut down these trees, but it is the only viable option where we can build a house, have a family community, and I can also build a house on the one on the right. It's the only way to do it. There's also 2, you said save 2 trees. We have 2 trees in the back of the lot, graded D and F. I'm going to do everything I can to save those trees. So yes, getting rid of the 2Bs is terrible. It's awful. I feel awful about it, but it's the only viable way to build on that lot. And also, I talked to the arborist about keeping the D and F alive, when realistically, he told me they should cut down those 2 trees because they have diseases. I don't know, I'm not an arborist. But planting more trees, keeping the neighborhood the way that it is, and every single neighbor that touches the property or looks at it wrote a letter in favor of this. Not against it, not, oh, I'm okay with it. They're in favor of it. So I'm just asking, if you have any questions for me, let me know, but it is 2 lots.
Hold on.
You have to think of it as 2 lots legally, because that's what it was. And to build on that second lot, you can't do that with those 2 trees there.
All right. You brought about a very interesting point. The 2 trees are in the rear. You say they're C and D?
D and F.
D and F. Thank you for that point. D and F. So would it not be better to remove the D and F and push the whole thing back a little bit?
It's on the 1 lot, so.
Well, I'm just saying, if you could, ideally.
If you could, ideally, we would love to do that, but you can't architecturally. It's on the back of the lot, the very back, and it's not, in the lot where we need to remove. It's on the opposite lot of the one where you need to remove the houses. The D and the F are on where the dilapidated structure is right now. And that's another reason I understand about saving the houses in Charleston. This house
I was thinking D and F.
cannot really be saved.
I'm sorry, I was thinking DNF with the other two trees.
Okay.
I'm
No
sorry.
worries.
Thank you.
We're keeping as many as we possibly can and trying to save the ones that aren't in good condition.
Okay, I got some questions that we want to ask here. I'm going to start with Ms. Smalls. Any other questions on this side? So I'm going to start at the very end and work this way back, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your time. So I understand our council's explanation of the two lots, and I'm fine with that. So the part of the being your own actions is now not towards the two lots. It's towards the type of house that you want to build on that lot. And we're really focusing on the left lot in our diagram here, not the right lot, because the right lot seems to be caught off and allowed to keep the character of the neighborhood, but you're selling it off. So we're focusing on this lot. So I'm focusing on the trees, the house that you're trying to build on this lot, which is still by your own actions. And your words a minute ago said that this is the only viable option. But the other gentleman that's the builder said there are other options. You could be coming in for canopy relief. You could be coming in for baseline mitigation around the tree, and there's other options. So I disagree with your comment that says this is the only way to do it, and we want to save the trees, but we have to lose the trees. And I don't think I can support anything without looking at other options. So I don't think this is your only option. And as much as I want you to have the two lots, I'm fine with that argument now. I fully understand that was incorrect from my standpoint. But I still believe it's your own actions because you're trying to put this house and you haven't looked at the other options. So I don't know what the solution is, if it is a deferral or if it's a withdrawal, or you just see what happens by the board and then come back with a different solution or a different variance. But I don't, unless you want to give me more information, I don't see how I'm going to be able to support this plan.
I mean, I also think if you look at it, so we have the two lots, you agree with that. Putting a house between all of those trees, if you look at the canopy also, it's not safe. And when I talked to the neighbor that's on the left-hand side there, he said, I am so for this because this tree hangs over, drops branches on us all the time, and I'm worried that my house is going to collapse and cave in. So to put a house between 5 trees and just have the canopy over the roof of it totally, I don't think is safe, and I wouldn't want a family to live there. And I don't think that's...
But pruning a tree is better than taking a tree out.
And I agree with you in that, but...
I just think there's too many question marks on this one.
You should be able to build on the 2 lots. And I'm not talking about building a shed. I'm talking about building a house where a family can live.
Okay, thank you. You had a question, sir?
With regard, thank you, Mr. Chairman. With regard to the question raised earlier about possibility of moving the house back and removing the trees in the rear, are all of the homes pretty much equal distance from the street, along the street?
Yes. And there's a sidewalk on this street in the front.
So if you moved it back, it would not be in keeping with the neighborhood. It would look odd that this house was sitting way back and all the rest of them were aligned along the street.
Yes.
Would it be fair to say?
And as Nathaniel said, I mean, even if we get rid of one house, I couldn't imagine having a 13-foot wide house, family house. I mean, that's just, it would look off, I mean, aesthetically, and it's not practical to live in. You know, I just want to keep this neighborhood up and coming and, you know, keep it the way that it's been. And, yeah, that's basically, I mean, yes, they're all the same distance and they're all up there.
Okay, so if you'd already taken the action to revert and you now were coming toward us with just the one lot, to build on the one lot, would you say that unnecessarily prohibits the use of your property?
Yes.
By having these trees?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
All right, thank you.
Any more questions or comments on this side?
I have a comment, and maybe you can help me. Again, I'm for this project. I want to see it at work. I'm satisfied that we'll be better off if trees are removed, and we have more, we'll ultimately be better off. What I'm struggling with, and why I suggested a deferral, is I'm still having trouble under paragraph parentheses 6. we have one owner, am I correct? We had one owner, and it was originally 2 lots and combined made one. Wouldn't it be a simple thing to have a deferral, make clear that they revert back to 2 lots? And then you could
If
get my
that
vote.
helps, all of y'all get there, but as Mr. Hughey was saying, like, if you think about it in a legal aspect, it is 2 lots, because it was 2 lots, and you should be able to build on those 2 lots, and not removing this tree or the trees is stopping myself from building on it. So I'm not creating the problem. The problem was already there because there was 2 plats. Do you understand? I'm not bringing that. So by right, it's 2 lots. So as your own colleague said, think about it as 2 lots. So we think about those 2 lots. I can't build a safe house there or a family house there.
I understand.
Because of those trees.
I
So
understand.
I'm not bringing the problem. The problem's already there. I'm not creating it.
Any other questions on my left? Thank you so very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
sir.
Appreciate
Thank
your
you.
time.
Yes, sir. Do we have anyone else to speak in support of this application? Yes, please. Please come forward. Please state your name and address for the record, and please tell us why we should support this application.
My name's John Raspus. I live at 304 Magnolia, which is directly across the street from this property. I was familiar with the former owner who passed away a couple of years ago. From our perspective, my wife and I, she can speak too if you'd like her to speak. If you look at the lot, those 2 trees, you can't build a house on there with those 2 trees there. And we have no objection to them cutting those trees down to do that. We think it would be a benefit to the neighborhood. It would put 2 houses on there rather than somebody possibly coming in later and putting more property on there, because there is a 3rd lot that's empty to the right side from the street. If somebody bought all those 3 lots, we could be looking at, condos or townhomes or something. We'd prefer to have 2 separate houses there. Once those houses are there, we're set for the neighborhood rather than have to worry about somebody coming in later. Maybe this group is different and they say, okay, build on it, cut the trees down. But again, we live across the street. We'd be most affected by this. And, although I can't speak with the lady who was born in that house in 1939, I'll try, and I think she'd be in favor of this. Thank you.
Okay. Hold one moment. You did say that the 2 lots next to it is vacant. Did you say that?
The third, there are 3 lots there.
3 lots.
And the 3rd one is vacant.
The 3rd one is vacant. Okay.
So, if somebody came in with a big offer and,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Thank you.
whereas if you get 2 houses
I'm looking
on
at the
there-
aerial. Okay.
right.
Hold on. Let me see if anyone else has a question. Anyone on my right have a question?
Do we have an original survey?
It's in the.
Is it, I'm looking for it.
While he's looking for that,
It's at
anything
the
on my
bottom.
left?
I see it. Got it.
Any other questions, Mr. Truslow?
No, I'm fine.
Any questions on my left? Thank you so very much for your testimony. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Okay, please come forward.
Hi, my name is Jackie Raspus. I live directly across from the property. I'm in 304 Magnolia Road. Carol, who was born in that house, who we loved dearly as a neighbour and a friend, her one fear, she had people knocking on her door all the time looking to buy the property off her. She had every other week someone was coming. They all wanted to put in 3 or 4 houses in the lot because it was a big lot, and she said, over my dead body, she said there was no way she would ever want to have a row of houses put there. She wanted to have some families move in there. And I always said to her, it'll probably be 2 homes. And she said, that's fine by me. I just want to have the neighborhood preserved, and she didn't want to have a big house there that just, overshadows everything else. And she was an amazing, amazing character, great part of the community. And I would love nothing more than to have her legacy, go on with Brent and his darling wife and her darling fiance. And I just think it's the best thing for the neighborhood. And all our neighbours, we're a big, massive community, and everybody's in favour of Brent and his plan to have 2 homes there. And I know that he will do everything in his power to make it landscaped and beautiful and put plenty of, love and care into the property. So that's all I got to say.
Okay. Hold one moment. Does anyone on my right have a question of this young lady? No? On my left? Thank you so very
No
much
problem.
for your
Thank you.
testimony. Anyone else to speak in? Yes, ma'am. Okay. We'll give you that opportunity. Thank you for bringing that to our attention.
My name is Renee Bolton Johnson. I live at 500 Lakeview Drive, Somerville. I am the niece of Carol Ramirez, who we spoke so eloquently of. And I just wanted to speak a little bit about the house and how much disrepair it had gotten into. It's a little emotional for me, so my apologies.
Could you speak up just a little louder,
Yes,
please?
sorry, I need to speak to the microphone. So Aunt Carol was very proud, and she didn't have any children, but myself and my sister Maria and our other sister who couldn't be here tonight were like her, daughters as well as nieces. But she was really proud, and she wouldn't really let us help her with anything. She just wanted to do everything on her own, her finances, what have you. Honestly, because of those trees and the shade, the house became very damp. It had mold. We would go over there, we would clean it. It just, I don't know how to explain it, but it was a really, really tough situation. So honestly, the trees might be a B, but in terms of how they affected the quality of her life, they were definitely an F. They were not beautiful, wonderful oaks that provided shade. They provided really a damp sort of, the sun couldn't come through. I don't know how she didn't get depressed, but anyway, I don't want to waste y'all's time or go on and on, but I just want to say that when we met Brent and knew that he was the person who was going to buy it, and just that he wants to raise a family there, like my parents, or my mom, and the whole family, it really spoke to our heart. It really spoke to our hearts that we know that there's going to be another, and we even told Brent, this is so wonderful that you're going to come in and build a house and have a family and just kind of take that legacy, on for our family. So thank you for your time.
Good. Let's see if anyone on my left has a question for you. Anyone? Am I right? Thank you so very much for coming tonight.
Thank you.
Do we have anyone else to speak in favor? Do we have anyone else? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition? Very good. This case is closed. To the public, board members, are there any questions of staff? Any general discussion?
I'm still trying to get my mind around this. Originally we had two pieces of property with one owner, then they were combined. And now we're proposing to go back as they originally were, and are the property lines separating the two lots going to remain with one house being on one and one being on the other?
That's what the applicant's proposing. The applicant's proposing to go back to the original survey, which would create 2 lots out of this 1 lot.
Right.
And they have a right to do that when he says by right, because it's a single owner of the 2 lots that are connected. So the county, for whatever reason, it's actually probably saved him and saved the owner in taxes, because the single owner was not getting 2 tax bills.
Right.
Rather, the county combined it. And actually, generally, they do that without even contacting the owner. So the owner of the property is now saying, I will choose, because he hasn't done it yet, from my understanding, I'm choosing to go back to having 2 lots.
Do they need to go through any legal process to do
They
that?
just-
or can
he just needs to apply.
We can just kind of.
He has to
waive-
apply to the assessor's office.
They have a right to do that.
It's just an application.
I'm sorry?
He just has to put in the application.
And
It-
that's all that's required is put in the application. And that's why I was asking why we just couldn't defer, let them get it done.
Mr. Truce, I believe what Mr. Hugie would also add to that, maybe not add to it, but the reality is the county would not be able to deny that request to subdivide the property because it is by right zoning, and it would, there's in a lot of ways, there's no point for them to go through that process before coming before this board, because they would have to come before this board either way. They are not going to get denied to go back to the original subdivision.
The request is for the trees. The variance is for the trees.
The legal term would be not pro tunc, it'd be later than now. And it'd be done anyway.
I'm a biologist, I'm not an engineer, so I'm just going to assume you're correct there.
The division of the property is not the issue before the board. The issue is, in
Right.
fact, the trees and whatever the board determines its position on the trees. I'm simply saying that in lieu of the by right, the legal position, you can, as a board, think of this as two separate lots.
Right.
Yes, sir, Mr.
Mr. Chairman, so our discussion should be about this as a standalone lot with the trees. And I think that for that reason, if we consider this lot, if it does necessarily prohibit and restrict the use of the property to build a home that aligns with the neighborhood, with a house with this type of setback from the street the other houses on that street have. So I think it would meet that requirement and is in keeping with the neighborhood, and clearly the neighborhood is in favor of this step, understanding that the trees would be lost to the neighborhood. So when we think about in terms of what is good for the general neighborhood, I think it meets that criteria as well. And so therefore, I feel like that we should approve this application.
Okay.
There's no, well, I mean, there's no motion on the floor. I just
No,
wanna
no, no,
put that
no,
out.
this, we're still in discussion. You had something to say,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Williams?
Yes, Chairman. So my comment is just that we're supposed to look at this and approve it based on 7 criteria. It has to meet all 7. So that's my comment.
Go ahead, Mr. Nelson.
Well, I'd like to make a motion if I could.
You had the right to do so.
All right, Mr. Chair, in the matter of BZA case 1123000721, I would make a motion that we approve this request to remove the 2 live oaks. That one, there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to this particular piece of property. Have been, and as we go through the criteria, I will probably reiterate this on multiple occasions, but I am very much compelled that the hardship that's created here is a direct result of the by right zoning of the property and the combination that a prior property owner did. So that being said, the owner of the property has every right to subdivide it and then to seek construction of a single-family residence on both of the properties. So that's really the underlying reason for meeting of all these criteria. So there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to this particular piece of property. The by right zoning combined with the amount of trees on the property really create conditions to make it difficult to construct the second residence on the property to be subdivided. That 2, these conditions do not generally apply to other properties in the vicinity. Again, you can look at a map, you can see there have been some properties that have been combined and others that have not. I think in general, most of the properties are narrower lots, such as what the owner wants to recreate here and intends to build something in keeping with the character of the neighborhood, so we meet that criterion. At criterion 3, because of these conditions, the application of this ordinance to this particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict utilization of the property. For this criterion, I do believe that the 2 live oaks that are proposed for removal would make it extremely difficult to build a house other than some type of tiny home on the property. I think a 1,400 square foot home is a reasonable request on this property, and you know, if you can build 1,400 square feet and still have to take 2 live oaks out, then there's not a whole lot of room left to construct a house on this particular lot. For criterion 4, The authorization of this variance will not be of substantial detriment to the adjacent property or to the public good. We clearly meet this criterion with the overwhelming amount of support that we've received from the neighbors that have showed up to express their support for the project and the number of letters that we have received as well. Criterion 5, the BZA shall not grant a variance, the effect of which would be to allow the establishment of a use that is otherwise not permitted. Building houses in a neighborhood, I believe we meet that criterion. For criterion 6, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. We've had a lot of discussion this evening around this particular criterion. Again, I go back to the by right zoning of this lot and the ability of the owner to go ahead and subdivide that property and then propose a variance request to remove the trees, and we wouldn't even have the discussion about whether or not that's a legitimate use of this property. So we meet that criterion. And criterion 7, granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or the purposes of the ordinance. We clearly meet that criterion. In making this motion, I would propose that we include the 3 conditions recommended, or special conditions recommended by staff.
Okay, we got a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion that's been properly moved and second. Question?
Mr. Chair, I have a question for legal. On a vote, since we have an even number of 8, for this motion to pass, you will need 5 positive votes. Are my options to vote yay, nay, or present? If I vote present in this, it could possibly be 4-3.
You counting heads here.
I'm counting heads. I'm trying to find a way.
You have the right to abstain, if that's your
I could
ultimate question.
abstain, and then it would be whatever the number of votes are. It's not going to take 5 if I abstained.
We'll have to see what the vote is.
Right, but I'm saying it. Okay, you've answered my question. Thank you.
All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye, and please raise your right hand. Aye. 1, 2, 3 on that side. Raise your hand again so you can see.
5, 6.
Those opposed, like sign. It carries. Congratulations. Your application was approved, and within 10 business days, staff will be getting in contact with you, letting you know the next steps in the process. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 6:25 and 10 minutes. We will reconvene. We'll have a short 10-minute recess.
Yeah, and you know what?
Okay. I'll now call the meeting back to order. Our next case that we have tonight is case BZA 11-23-00722. And Mr. Joshua Dowing will take this case.
So the applicant and property owner Eugene B. Swinton is requesting a variance to reduce the required 25-foot rear setback by 10 feet to 15 feet for a proposed attached deck at 2959 Bennett Charles Road, TMS number 583-000122 in the east area of Charleston County. The subject property and all surrounding properties are located in the Special Management S3 zoning district. The applicant would like to put an attached deck on a 0.88 acre subject property. The applicant's letter of intent explains, add a deck on the rear of my house, 10 feet by 32 feet wooden. So this is the S3 zoning district setback requirements and development requirements. That is the subject property. An aerial view of the subject property. And a zoomed out aerial view of the subject property. So staff conducted its site visit on the 14th of November. Here are pictures of the deck to be to finish construction.
Already started.
The single-family residence, Bennett Charles Road, and that is the site plan, the deck rendering, the plat. So as far as the criteria are concerned, staff believes that criteria 1 may have been met, and it meets criteria 2, it may meet criteria 3, and it may meet criteria 4. It meets criteria 5, it may meet criteria 6, and it may meet criteria 7. So the Board of Zoning Appeals may approve with conditions, or deny BZA case 11-23-00722, a variance to reduce the 25-foot rear setback by 10 feet to 15 feet for a proposed attached deck at 2959 Bennett Charles Road, TMS number 583-000122 in the east area of Charleston County, based on the BZA's finding of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. Staff does not have any conditions for this application. Any questions?
Any questions? No questions? Thank you, sir. Is the applicant present? Good. Okay, great. You hadn't been sworn in yet. Coming in a little late, but that's okay. We'll get that taken care of. Ms. Working? Very good. Please state your name and address for the record, and please tell us why we should approve your application, sir.
My name is Eugene Bennett Swinton. I live at 2959 Bennett Charles Road, Mount Pleasant, 29466. I am a retired Vietnam veteran, and also did 20 years for the Department of Defense law enforcement. So now that I'm retired, I'm home more now, and the way the lot is cut is wider lengthwise than it is widthwise. So, and the sun goes down on the front of the house in the afternoon. So it's, in the summer, it's nearly impossible to sit outside. So by having this deck on the back, where it's shaded, would be a great benefit for me. And it doesn't have any negative result as far as the neighborhood is concerned. And the houses that's in the neighborhood, most of them do have decks on the front and rear.
Okay. So, did you have anything else you wanted to add? No?
No, I mean, I've been.
So
living-
I noticed you started construction already.
Yes.
Tell us how did we come to this point, this
That
screeching
was-
halt?
That was an error on the contractor. After I went through the Historic Preservation Council to get approval, and after I went downstairs, they told me I had to have a variance. So I went out and filled out the variance request, give them the check for the money, and I told the contractor that because of the house was only about 25 feet from the boundary, we had to have a variance request for that 10 feet. And a week later, he called me, said Lowe's is bringing the material, and he got okay to go ahead and build a deck. Until the day the gentleman came by to put the sign up, the zoning sign up. That's when I found out that he didn't have permission to start it. So the work was stopped. He apologized and all this. And but whenever, if he approved the variance, then I'll contact him, have him come back and finish it.
Anyone have any questions on my right, Mr. Marchant?
Mr. Swinton, just to clarify, so you went through the Historic Planning Commission, the county? You went
Yes.
through that process and
Right.
because of the neighborhood, and then you applied for the variance through the planning department, but you just hadn't received, that was, okay, perfect, thank you.
Any questions on my left? Mr. Nelson? I'll come to you next,
Just
Mr.
one,
Jordan.
one quick question. Your neighbors behind you where you're putting the deck, had they had any objections to this project? We haven't seen any, so.
Oh, no, they don't have any objection. We communicate. It's two family practically right behind me, and they don't have any problems.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Jordan, I'll come to you next, Mr. Williams.
I just want to say, sir, thank you for your service to our country, especially in Vietnam. I appreciate the freedom you give me.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Williams?
Yes, sir. My quick question is, what's the size of the deck that you're attempting to build? What is the size of the deck?
It's
Dimensions?
10 feet by 32.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Drawing of it.
It's on there.
Thank you so very much for your testimony tonight, sir.
Thank you.
Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in favor? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? I see our numbers are getting low. All right, none. This application is closed to the public. Board members, do we have any questions of staff? Any discussion? I'd like to get a motion to either approve or deny this application. Yes, sir, Mr. Truslow.
Mr. Chairman,
Seldale, excuse me.
I move that we approve this application, BZA case 11-23-00722. I believe there are extraordinary exceptional conditions pertaining to the property and that it's, oh, I'm sorry. I believe there are extraordinary exceptional conditions pertaining to the property and that in terms of the shape of the lot, and that these conditions do not apply to other properties in the vicinity, which is unique to this property. By not allowing this variance, it would unnecessarily prohibit and restrict the usage of the property and prevent Mr. Swinton from having a deck similar to other members of the community. It will not have substantial detriment to adjacent property or the public good. We've heard testimony from Mr. Swinton that he had talked with the neighbors and they have no objection from behind him. It does not establish the use is not permitted in the zoning district, and the variance is not the result of the applicant's actions, but a result of the shape of the lot, and will not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan. In fact, Mr. Swinton has received a certification from the Historic Preservation Commission and approval of that. And there are no conditions set by staff, so I move that we approve this variance.
Second.
Got a second over there. I'm looking that way. I'm sorry if I didn't catch you guys on that side. All right, any question, discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Carries. Mrs. Swinton, congratulations. Your application was approved. Within 10 business days, staff will be contacting you, letting you know the next steps in the process. Thank you so very much. Good night, sir. Okay, next case will be done by Mr. Joshua Downey. Case BZA 1123-0023. 723.
So the applicant and property owner Bradley Todd Kinder and Kelly Nicole Kinder are requesting a special exception to establish a short-term rental extended home rental in the low-density R4 zoning district at 510 Dreamers Lane, TMS number 31800000534 on Johns Island in Charleston County. The subject property and properties to the north, south, and east are located within the low-density R4 zoning district. The property to the west is located in the agriculture residential AGR zoning district. The property contains a single-family residence that was constructed in 2021 per Charleston County records. The applicant would like to rent out 3 bedrooms and has shown 5 parking spaces on their site plan. So that is the subject property. An aerial view of the subject property and a zoomed out aerial view of the subject property. So staff conducted its site visit on November 14th. The single-family residence and the proposed parking. Some of the surrounding properties. Dreamers Lane. And this property sits on the corner of Dreamers Lane and River Road. So that is the tenant notice that has been provided by the applicant. The site plan and the plat. So staff believes that all 3 of the criteria for this application may have been met. So the Board of Zoning Appeals may approve with conditions, or deny BZA case 1123-00723, a special exception to establish a short-term rental, extended home rental in the low-density R4 zoning district at 510 Dreamers Lane, TMS number 318000053 on Johns Island in Charleston County, based on the BZA's finding of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. The board may modify any of staff's recommendation conditions below, including but not limited to restricting the number of days a short-term rental may be rented. In the event that the board decides to approve the application, the board should consider the following recommendations by staff. Prior to the zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the limited site plan review process. The use shall comply with all requirements of Article 6.8. The property owner shall be responsible for ensuring that the tenants comply with the Charleston County noise ordinance, and the property shall not be used for more than 144 days in aggregate during any calendar year. There are no STRs in the immediate area. However, there is one about a mile away. Because on Johns Island, some of the lots are bigger. And this is actually at the edge of the urban growth boundary. And so some of the lots are larger in size. So it's about a mile away on a much larger lot. Any further questions?
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Is the applicant present? All right. Not too very much.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I apologize. May I ask a quick question of staff?
Yes.
Before the applicant?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
There's 5 parking spaces, and I know you're allowed 5. My question is, and this didn't occur to me till just now, but on the application for the STR, it says number of parking places provided on site. Required parking is 1 space per bedroom plus the required parking. So it's 1 per bedroom, you get 3, and then you say you get 2 for the house, right?
Right. So short-term rental is considered a residential use in the zoning district.
Right.
A single-family residence, in order to be constructed, requires 2 parking spaces in order to be constructed.
Okay.
So that's where we get the 2 for the structure,
Right.
and then 1 for every permitted bedroom.
Required to have 5,
They're
you can't
required.
have less.
Correct.
In other words, you can't
So
limit
they're
the
doing-
amount of people.
Right. So if they're doing 3 bedrooms, they're required to have 5 parking
Okay.
spaces. The number of guests, that's for the applicant to determine. But the number of parking spaces is 2 for the structure and 1 for every permitted bedroom after that. Every permitted bedroom they want to do rental out of. So if they have a 6-bedroom house, but they only want to do 4 bedrooms, the parking spaces would reflect on the number of bedrooms they want to rent, not the number of bedrooms that the house is.
You're quite welcome. You would, please?
Hello, I'm Brad Kinder. It's 5510 Dreamers Lane, which sounds like a nice name for an Airbnb, so I like the address. A little bit of history. My wife Kelly and I, we are psychologists and live in Virginia, Southwest Virginia, and we actually came to Charleston on our honeymoon and fell in love with the city, and we have actually anniversary dinner tonight after this meeting, so hopefully we can celebrate. But we try to come down here as often as we can. In 2020, we decided to buy a house here, and at the time, a lot of things was going virtual and telehealth, and so we would come down here for a week, every other week, and would see our patients through our telehealth platform and still be able to work and then enjoy this beautiful city. And so we have a practice back in Virginia with about 50 employees, and we can't always get down here. And so we kind of made a mistake. The first time we bought a house here, it was in a HOA subdivision and was not aware that you could not do a short-term rental in a HOA. That was against our HOA in the subdivision we lived in. So we sold that house and then intentionally bought this house earlier this year with the goal to Airbnb it. Mr. Downing says there's a short-term rental a mile away. There's actually one, I guess it's unapproved, within a baseball's throw of my house. It's actually in the picture. It's right behind. You can go to Airbnb and it's right there right now. But
Are you trying to use some of your psychological talents right now?
Well, I say a baseball throw. I was a pitcher in college, so I don't know if I could hit it now with the baseball, but one day, a few years ago, I could have. So that was actually one reason why we bought this house, because we had our realtor look, and we intentionally bought here because if you go on Airbnb website, it's there right now. The house right beside of us, they're renting out all the time, and we were not aware until 2 minutes ago that it wasn't approved through the county. But we intentionally chose there because we knew there was already an Airbnb in operation. Plus, it's within a 30-second drive of the airport. I'm also a pilot and I have my own plane, and so we come in there and we're right there at our house. It's a perfect setup. We want to be in this house long term. However, it's going to be about 3 years before we can move down here full time. And in the interim, we would really appreciate the opportunity to be able to rent it out. It seems like the other applicants tonight has kind of had like a rogue approach with how they're going to manage their property. I want things on autopilot, no pun intended, but we've hired Vacasa, a company, to manage the property for us. They charge 18% commission, but everything is on cruise control, and they have maintenance people and housekeeping and everything all set up, contractors. We don't have to do anything. But in addition to that, I have a backup plan. We have a contractor that we go to church with here at Redeemer Presbyterian on Wentworth, and he's agreed to help if if the water heater goes out and Vacasa can't get someone or whatever. I also have an ADT security system installed, and I can, through my phone and my app, I can change the code of the front door and unlock the door and change the codes, clear them out. So we have that in place. And then we have a backup HVAC and electrical company that's agreed to assist if there are any kind of emergencies or whatever. So we feel like we've tried to be as proactive as possible to where this wouldn't be problematic to the neighbors. No one has expressed any concerns. We also have a privacy fence up to where there wouldn't be any kind of issues there that would prevent any kind of disturbance. And I don't know if we would ever rent it to anyone that's as wild as me and Kelly as far as noise goes. And being, I'm kidding, but so we feel like we would have a very strict screening process in place through VACASA and just our own preference, because this is not just some random house that we're trying to rent out and make money. This is also somewhere where we're living half the time, and we don't want someone messing up our home, and especially because we want to live here in 3 years full time. So we want to be very selective about who we allow in there. There's also insurance policies and things in place through VACASA, and I have a short-term rental policy already through my homeowners. And so we've tried to take every proactive measure that we can to make sure it's done right and done with excellence. And as far as the question you had about the parking spots, I was actually told we could easily get 7 or 8 in there, but I don't think we need that. So I just did the bare minimum. There's also a garage, so I don't even think we included that. But I think we have more than adequate parking, but we don't want everybody and their granny in there. We want to be very selective about who we rent it to, and we want people to take care of our place when we're not there. But we're just trying to be fiscally responsible and help get some revenue in to help pay for our mortgage when we're not here. And one day you'll have us full time, and Lord willing, we're going to open a private practice here. So that's all I have.
All right. Let's see if anyone has a question for you. Anyone, Mr. Nelson?
I'll ask a quick question.
Nelson.
So the contractor at Redeemer Pres, is that Todd Christian by any chance?
No, it's Tom Darnell.
Okay. Good.
Yeah. So I don't know that gentleman, but we fell in love with the family at Redeemer. The pastor, interestingly enough, is from my neck of the woods, Craig, and so he's about 45 minutes from where we're located, is where he grew up. But I tell people down here, your homeboy here, Darius Rucker, wrote Wagon Wheel. So we're from part of that in the song where it says from Johnson City, Tennessee. We're near Johnson City in the southwestern part of Virginia. So we can actually get to 5 other state capitals quicker than we can our own state capital.
There you go.
So we're so close to other states. But yeah, so hopefully that answers your
It does.
question.
Any more questions on my left? Any questions on my right? Yes, sir.
Mr. Kinder, I think you mentioned in some of the material you submitted that you would be coming down yourself and about every 2 months. Is that?
Every other week was our goal.
Every other week. I'm sorry, it was every other week. Is that still your plan?
Yeah, we want to, as long as our staff will leave us alone and allow us to, when you run a business, it's sometimes it's hit or miss, but our getaway is here. This is how we recharge, and every time we come down here, we eat like mules and just enjoy the restaurants and enjoy going to the different sites, and we get charged and go back to Virginia and do our work. But every time we're down here, we know that we're counting the days or the months, 3 years, and we're here full time. So this will help us kind of bridge that gap.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions on this side? Thank you so very much, sir, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Anyone else speak in favor? Anyone else? Anyone to speak in opposition? Thank you. This case is closed to the public. Board members, do we have any questions of staff?
I have a motion.
All right, bring it on, brother.
I have a motion to approve the request for a special exception to establish a short-term rental extended home rental at 5510 Dreamer Lane on Johns Island. It's supported by the law and the facts. There was proper notice. They've got adequate provisions for. They've checked off virtually every box I could think of, and they'd be congratulated. We hope to welcome you here very soon. Specifically, now that I think I'm required to state the reasons, the criteria are set forth in Ordinance 6.8.2C 1 through 3. This request is compatible with existing uses in the vicinity. It won't affect the general welfare or character of the immediate community. Adequate provision, complete provision has been made for setbacks, buffering, parking, fencing, and on and on. They've done an admirable job presenting their case. Number 3, under 6.82C, parentheses 3, it complies with all applicable rules, regulations, and laws, standards, conduct. They've done everything that could be expected. So I would make the motion provision that they comply with the requests of staff stated 1 through 4, which I would incorporate by reference.
Very good,
That's
sir.
my
Do we?
motion.
Second.
Mr. Williams, I heard you there. Very good. Thank you. So we have a motion that's been properly moved and second. Any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye, raising your right hand. Aye. It is unanimous. It passed. Congratulations. Within 10 days, staff will be letting you know exactly the next steps to take in the process. Once again, congratulations.
Enjoy that dinner.
Yes, yes, and a happy anniversary.
Anniversary,
Yes, and good
I
night.
didn't hear that part.
How many years? 6. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay. This room is getting less people in it. All right, Ms. Working, our next case is BZA 11-23-00727.
Yes, and I'm going to attempt to try to put all these together. So here goes. The applicant and property owner is Chet Carter of Inspiration Stations LLC, represented by Andrew Bajas, oh gosh. I didn't even get there. Of Barrier Island Engineering and Consulting, is requesting 4 variances for property located at 2594 Ashley River Road, TMS number 35507000009, in the St. Andrews area of Charleston County. The 0.65 acre subject property is located in the Ashley River Road Corridor Overlay Community Commercial CC Zoning District, as well as the property to the west across from the subject property on Ashley River Road. The property borders the marsh to the north and properties in the city of Charleston's jurisdiction to the south and east. The city of Charleston properties are zoned general business, GB, and DR-12, which is a multifamily zoning. This is the overlay map for the area. The proposed project, which is called the Cottages at Church Creek, is currently in the site plan review process for a proposed 4-building hotel motel. So variance number 1, the first variance request is to reduce the required 50-foot OCRM critical line setback and to reduce the required 35-foot OCRM critical line buffer for the encroachment of 4 proposed hotel motel buildings. The second case is a request to waive the pedestrian access requirements within SCDOT's Ashley River Road right-of-way. The third request is to encroach more than 25% of the protected area of 2 grand trees. And finally, the fourth variance is a request to reduce the required 8-foot perimeter landscape area to 0 between the subject property's vehicular use area and the adjacent TMS number, which is 35507000008. This is just the ZELDAR for each case, the ZELDAR requirements. This is the 300-foot radius map, the zoomed-in aerial, zoomed out. We visited this site on, November 14th, 2023. This is just some photographs of the subject property in Ashley River Road. This is the posting for the second case and for the third case. And then this is the 32-inch live oak. And again, it's an encroachment variance, not a removal. And this is a picture or pictures of the 36-inch willow oak tree for encroachment. And this is the posting for the fourth case. This is the survey, and that shows the recent OCRM critical line delineation. And then the site plan shows the 4 proposed hotel motel buildings, and there's a proposed storage building, and that's by where one of the trees, the encroachment is. So, I don't know, it's hard to tell, but you probably can see it better on your iPad. And the plat. So, it's a little different for each one, so I'm going to just kind of go through. For the first case, the OCRM variance case, we stated that it may meet 1 and 2, and it meets 5, and it may not meet 3, 4, 6, and 7. For variance 2, the sidewalk variance, we stated that it may meet 1, 2, 3, and 6, and meets 5, and may not meet 4 and 7. For the grand tree variance, we stated that it may meet 1, 2, 4, and 7, meets 5, and then it may not meet 3, 4, and 6. And for the fourth one, that's the buffer, that it may meet 1, 2, 4, and 7, meets 5, and may not meet 3 and 6. So the board may approve approval conditions or deny the cases based on the BZA's findings of fact unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event the board decides to approve the application, staff recommends the following conditions for case 1. 1, prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. 2, prior to commencing construction, silt fencing shall be installed along the critical line. The silt fencing shall be maintained for the duration of construction. 3, the applicant shall coordinate with Public Works Stormwater Division to address stormwater mitigation measures, such as the use of rain barrels or rain gardens to reduce the flow of stormwater into the marsh. Documentation of approved measures shall be submitted as part of the zoning permit application. And 4, the encroachment areas shall be limited to the footprint area shown on the submitted site plan. For case 2, which is ending in 00725, we just have the one condition. Prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. And then for the tree case, we had 4, prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. Number 2, if any of the grand trees requested for encroachment, the 32-inch live oak or 36-inch willow oak dies within 3 years of installation of completion of the project, the applicant shall mitigate the tree or trees by either A, submitting a mitigation plan for review and approval, indicating the installation of canopy trees no smaller than 2.5 inches in caliber, equaling inch per inch replacement. B, by depositing funds into the Charleston County Tree Fund, as described in section 926 of ZELDAR, or A, a combination of both A and B. The allotted mitigation shall be in place prior to its removal. And 3, tree barricades constructed of chain link fencing shall be installed along all protected trees within 40 feet of disturbance prior to any construction pursuant to section 924 of the zoning ordinance. And 4, the applicant shall retain a certified arborist to monitor and treat all grand trees on site through the duration of construction. The applicant shall provide a copy of the treatment plan to the zoning staff for review and approval prior to site plan review approval. And finally, for the last case, we just have the, basic condition prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. In your supplemental packet, we did have one letter of opposition I was getting there. One letter of opposition, I believe that was for all 4 cases. The other one was opposed to the sidewalks, not waiving the sidewalk requirement. Questions? Yes.
Okay, Mr. Neal, you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Murky, can you go to the zoning map? I'm interested to know what properties are around this property zoning-wise for 2 reasons. One, for the landscape buffer going from 8 feet to 0, what that impact and where it would impact. So it might need to see this map and the site plan. And then also the DOT pedestrian access requirement on who would it affect, because one of the letters in opposition was the West Ashley Revitalization Committee that was against all 4 of these variances. So if you can just explain a little bit more on those 2, because I'm sure the applicant will address those concerns in their presentation.
Yeah. So I think the 008 and the 166, those are both general business in the city.
008 and what?
166.
166. And how about 015?
That is a utility. So that's why it's a small square, yeah.
Pull up the site plan then and maybe explain the pedestrian access requirement. It's not connecting to anything, I guess. Or if they're asking us to waive it, is there any other tie-in that we're skipping or?
No, there's no sidewalks yet here in this area. But there is going to be a lot of multifamily surrounding it with the DR12 in the city, which they're building now.
This perimeter landscape area?
Yeah, it would be on the bottom here next to the general business. So the building's here, but then the driveway there.
They don't want to have any buffer there?
Correct.
Why do we normally have a buffer there?
It's for, the 8-foot buffer is for screening vehicles and.
Like headlights and things like that?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sure the applicant will address that. All right, that gets me,
I have a question. I'll get to you as well, Mr. Marchant. You said there's more construction around this
Yes.
parcel? Which parcel?
Let's see, you can kind of see like where it's been cleared here. Do you see? That's the multifamily.
You were using your arrow? I
Oh,
couldn't.
yeah. Oh, shoot, my bad. This like right here. Like there's the utility, that little square. That's the area.
So that piece that's been cleared, that's in the county or that's?
It's a city property.
City.
And DR12, multifamily.
Yeah, just for context, I live not too far from there. There's, like she said, a huge housing development coming back up in that area. And if you're familiar with this section of 61, it's heavily, there's a lot of traffic out there. There have been issues with the Church Creek drainage issues over in there. I know that there's a small shopping center there that has like a Tracy's too,
Right here.
which was a bar, and then another place in there, and then a gas station. And then there was that old Piggly Wiggly across the street that there was some fight about some years ago. So
exactly where this is.
I'm really concerned about it, so it'd be interesting to hear from the applicant.
And did we get any elevations?
I did not. I believe they might have submitted some through site plan review, but none for the Board of Zoning Appeals.
Mr. Marchant?
I've got a few questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Working. This is across the street from we had a case quite a few years ago of gas station, right? With the fire station next to it or something like that? Or no,
Yeah.
fire station. Okay, so, and that, Lord knows what's going on with that. So my question, this is my third year. I've never seen so many may not meet
Right.
on any applications. And so from a staff standpoint, particularly number 7, which is comprehensive plan kind of stuff, just some thoughts to the board around the unbelievable amount of may not meets, and are we up here to design something by committee? I mean, I feel like we have very limited information, and well, anyway, maybe answer that question about the does not meet.
Well,
I mean, this
yeah.
is a pretty substantial ask, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you're not up here to design their project, if that answers your question. But I mean, in general, just like if you see the lines, that's really taking a lot of their buildable area, because that line goes right through all 4 of these buildings.
I mean, I guess more specifically, when you think about variances, the property cannot be utilized. I mean, it could be utilized for a lot of different things.
Right.
Just maybe not this, right?
Yeah, right.
And then my other question for you is this the first plan that you saw, that staff saw?
Do you know if they? Caselli's not here tonight. I don't know if it's the first plan, but it's the first plan that I've seen. Yeah.
Perhaps not a lot of iterations and, trials and tribulations to show that we could get away with this, get away with that, or not get away with this. My other question is, are there any, because we have 4 applications, if one doesn't pass, then is this project dead? Or if you had to list these in order of sort of severity, which one's the most important? Is it the OCRM setback and buffer? Like you have to get past that first? Because that gets to how we're going to have to take this, right? Because if everything passes but the OCRM is dead in the water, I mean, one could argue a buffer, well, we can figure that one out, or pedestrian sidewalk, we could figure that one out. So I'm just asking, I mean, are there any, if you had to weight these, is there some weight we should put to these as we go through them?
I mean, yeah, I would say the critical line one is probably the most important. The sidewalk's important, but that's another kind of issue between, SCDOT and.
Mr. Marchant,
sorry,
I don't want to. Obviously, Ms. Working can answer the question, but I think that's probably more appropriate for the applicant.
For the applicant.
Because I don't think it's within Ms. Working's job or responsibility to the
That's
board
fair.
to explain.
Yeah. So the applicant needs to decide which ones are most important to them. Okay, yeah. That's fair. And maybe they can help us understand how to attack this.
Sure.
Back to my original question. I mean, we have a lot of may not meets, which we're going to have to spend a lot of time on. Can you talk through some of that with us?
Yeah, I mean, I think like you said, with the community commercial, there's a lot of options of what you can do. So you don't necessarily you could use this property and not have it right on the marsh like that, for example. There's a lot of different things you could use the property for.
Let me get another question. I see you. Mr. Truslow?
In the interest of advancing this, and I would agree with Mr. Marchant, I've never seen this many may not meets. I understand it would be ultimately for the applicant to decide, but has there been any discussion about deferring so that we could all have more clarity and they could help us?
There has not yet. No.
No discussion, or is that off the table?
There has been no discussion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Nelson, Mr. Neal?
Yes, just a clarification on community commercial.
Yeah.
What are some of the uses in community commercial, and why is a hotel in community commercial?
So yeah, all hotels are in community commercial, gas stations, retail, pretty much anything.
It's not something that's a smaller grade of commercial, is it?
It's our highest
Grade of commercial, okay.
Right under industrial, because
Okay.
there's a little bit more.
All right, well,
that's
I was thinking it was like neighborhood commercial,
No.
which is a lighter
Right.
load, right? Okay,
Yeah.
so this is full board,
Yeah, so they could also do
area-wide business
M12,
commercial.
like so CC also correlates to M12, so they could do multifamily. But it's like a difficult site with the size of it.
Actual name,
And
okay,
fees.
thank you.
Yeah,
Williams?
so Miss Workings, I'm sorry.
Let me get him first,
Okay.
if you don't mind. Mr. Williams?
You mentioned I'm looking at 00724, and they are requesting a variance. What do they want a variance on? So the requirements is this, and what do they want to build? What do they want to build based on the requirement? Because I've seen, normally you have like, they want to reduce it by this many feet to a certain amount of feet. What is it?
So it's about halfway through, the 50-foot is about halfway through some of these buildings here. And then this is, I believe, that's the 35 for the buffer. So partially in the buffer.
So how many feet do they need, are they asking for?
I think it was like ranging in the 25 range, 20, 25.
Okay.
Because it's going to vary each building. And
So basically like a reduction of 50 foot is what they're asking for? 50% basically, or half the requirement?
That would be fair, probably so.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Nelson?
I was just going to tag onto the comment that what we're really here looking at is not the proposed use, is whether or not the design for this use is applicable for the site and the variances that are required, right?
Yes, sir. Any other questions on my left of staff? Am I right? I think it's satisfied. Ms. Working, thank you. So, you the only ones left in the room. You have our undivided attention. Here.
One for everybody?
Okay. Before we start, we have one board member that wants to ask a question of you. Thank you, sir. Before you start with your presentation, okay? Okay. So give us just a moment. When he sits down, then we'll give Mr. Truslaw an opportunity to ask this question.
Sir, I really appreciate you, y'all being here. I was trying to see if we want to be very.
Turn your mic on, please.
You have the opportunity. I'm sorry. I appreciate you being here. I wanted to give you every opportunity to succeed and wish you the best. And I can see that you've given this a lot of thought. But based on where we are, I can only speak for myself, but I've heard some of the questions. Would this be a situation in which it might be best to defer and give you an opportunity to regroup so that perhaps we could vote favorably on something, or do you want to go ahead today? I just noticed there were a lot of concerns and there were a lot of may not meets. What do you want
to do? We can't hear what you're
Hear you,
saying.
sir.
I think I'll just start by saying there's a lot of questions asked of staff that I think are very easily discussable items that are outlined on the exhibits. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So I think there was a lot of questions asked that are easily discussable items shown on the exhibits that we brought. But ultimately, if the owners want to defer and readdress this in the future, then we can. But
You want to come forward?
my question was
Just go ahead and state your name and address for the record.
Okay, yeah, my name is Chet Carter. My address is 1414 Pushy Drive, Charleston, South Carolina.
And you are part?
I'm the property owner.
Okay.
Myself and my friend Anthony here.
Okay.
My question was just designed, I wanted to give you the best opportunity you could possibly have to succeed. Now, so there was so many questions that I didn't know whether we ought to go forward now, or you might want more time. It'd be totally your decision, not mine. I'm not trying to persuade you to do one thing or another, but I didn't know whether you knew you had that opportunity.
Yes, sir. Or no, sir. We did not realize we had that opportunity. So we appreciate you voicing that opportunity to us, and we want to make sure that we do everything we can and do all the mitigation we can up front to make sure that we present you guys and gals with the best information and that you can make the most proper decision. So I think, speaking for myself, that I'm okay with deferring if the board thinks that may give us a better opportunity to present you with the correct information and maybe Ms. Working has an opinion on that as well. I think probably we can, as Andy said here, we'll probably be able to answer most of y'all's questions that you brought up favorably and with confidence. But perhaps there's some that we were not aware of that we should put some more mitigation into.
So excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt.
I would
Can I help?
Hear their presentation. They haven't presented yet.
No, they haven't presented yet.
So I would like them to present, and then you guys ask some questions.
That's
And then
what
you
I-
decide if you don't need more information. And you
So we need to give you your opportunity. You paid your time to wait patiently. Here's the thing. If anything is denied, then you have 12 months before you can come back. Okay? Deferral, then you can get back in, whenever the schedule permits, which is in probably 90 days, somewhere about that. But we still have to give you that opportunity to speak before this body. And we're going to give you that opportunity, okay? So, like the board members have mentioned, there are a lot of questions that need to be answered. And maybe you have the answers to all those questions. We don't know, but we want to give you that opportunity to tell us. You've kind of heard where those questions were around. So
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You want to start there?
So just so I understand correctly, we have the opportunity now to present. We have the opportunity to answer.
You have the opportunity to present and to do a deferral, if you so wish.
After you ask your questions, but before you make your decision.
Yes.
Okay.
And
I think we'd prefer to go that route and still maybe have the deferral if we choose to after questions.
But you have to request that.
Okay.
Would you help me there, Mr. Hughie?
Well, the board can also request it, but what I was also going to say is that to Mr. Marchant's observation, but they're a little different than the city. The staff is only presenting their observation. It's really up to the board to decide whether or not the criteria are met. So the staff's position is not determinative of whether or not the applicant will succeed. And I just want the applicant to understand that.
Yeah. That's fair.
You follow that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please state your name and address for the record.
I am Andrew Bajowski with Barrier Island Engineering, or 759 Folly Road in the city. I am the civil engineer on this project. This started in December of 2022 when we came on board with this. It was originally under Jennifer Stiles' plan review at the time for preliminary site plan, and at least the first maybe 2 rounds of site plan review. We have been through multiple iterations of site plan review between Jennifer and now Sally Brooks has taken over. So this is not the first iteration of site plan. Just to answer the first question, we've been through probably 7 to 8 iterations of site plans between Jennifer and Sally throughout the whole process. So this is the plan that we have developed to date that accomplishes the goals of the development with the least impact to the required buffers. I think I want to start the discussion regarding the 2 requests for the OCRM critical line buffer and setback reduction, as well as the 8-foot vehicular use landscape buffer that is against the fire station property plan south. So the first exhibit here with no development shown that I have up right now, the property is 0.65 acres. Applying all of the required buffers per the land development ordinances, the buffering constitutes 68% of the site area. At the bottom of the site, there's also a CWS utility easement that has a force main. It comes out of the pump station that is plan east, immediately adjacent. And in the case of a required landscape buffer, when there is also a easement along a property line, the buffer is required to be applied off of the easement line and not of the property line. So that is why you see a significantly more than 8-foot required buffer shown on the existing exhibit, because that 8-foot buffer should be, per the ordinance, applied off of that that easement, that utility easement line. So in outlining the required land development ordinance buffers, constituting 68% of the site area, that's more than 2/3 of the site that is non-buildable. That in itself, we believe to be the hardship here from a buffering standpoint. The proposed reduction will start on the fire station side, planned south. That request is to reduce it from 8 feet to 0 feet, and that is based off the easement line, not the property line. So if you look at the plan, we're still showing a 5-foot landscape strip along that property line. That is within the CWS easement and will have to be approved plantings by CWS with shallow root systems. So there are no proposed canopy trees or plantings with deeper root systems in that easement because of that force main that runs through there. So yes, the request is to reduce it from 8 feet to 0 feet based off of that easement line. However, we're still providing a 5-foot landscape strip along that property line at the fire station. Addressing the OCRM critical line, so there's kind of two requirements at hand. There's the setback. The building setback is 50 feet. The required buffer is 35 feet. We are proposing a reduction at its narrowest width to 25 feet. That's a 10-foot reduction of the buffer and a 25-foot reduction of the setback. And that 25-foot minimum width allows us to complete the grading and the compaction around the foundations of the units. So that's a 5-foot area around the units themselves. So the setback, the actual setback on that is going to be more like a 30-foot setback once you take in that account the 5-foot area for grading and compaction. So these are also not, this obviously is not a Holiday Inn. Know the connotation of hotel around this community, especially in this area. But these are intended to be more like an Airbnb unit. There's 8 total bedrooms in this proposal. There's 6 units with 8 total bedrooms. The unit sizes themselves are just under 900 square feet and just under around 700 square feet on each of the duplex units. So the scale of the buildings looks a little bit out of proportion on this site plan, but in keeping with a usable unit, we're talking about 700 and 900 square feet here. We have been through multiple iterations of the drive aisle design with the loop and rain garden in the center. The rain garden is proposed to meet the Charleston County Stormwater Special Protection Area requirements. That's policy number 2. And all of the downspouts from the units are going to be connected to roof drains that drain back to the rain garden and away from that critical line buffer. In addition to the proposed loop right here is to try to maintain like a very dense private feel to this. So if you look at well, I guess you don't have a copy of it, but on the landscape plan that has been through site plan review, there's an additional 59 understory and canopy trees proposed to be planted on this site. So just to reiterate here that the intent is not to just strip this site and put these buildings as close to the setback as we can. There has been, at this point, an entire year of thought and planning and review with site plan review put into this to come up with the least impact possible to this critical line buffer.
Okay. Very good. Very good. You wouldn't happen to have any elevations, would you?
The actual elevations are in the plans that were submitted to site plan review. Yeah. It's, well, you're talking about building elevations. You got to render. You want to show the rendering?
That's okay. That's okay. They wouldn't in our plans. I just thought maybe you had.
No, it's elevated units, so parking underneath the units. It is in flood zone, so that makes the most sense from that standpoint.
Because I see in one of them you putting an elevator in it, correct?
It has to be ADA compliant.
Okay, let's. You finish?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So let's start off on my right side. No, I'm going to start off on my left side with questions. Anybody here on the left side that has a question initially?
I'll start. You actually, well, thanks for that presentation. I think it was helpful, and I think personally you made the right decision to move forward with at least discussing this prior to a possible deferral later on. The more information we have as a board, the better it is the easier it is for us to make a decision. But the one question I had, I think you already answered, but the impact to the critical line buffer, you're proposing to mitigate that by installation of the rain garden in the traffic circle, correct?
That's not really the purpose of the rain garden. The critical line buffer that's proposed is a variable width buffer. So you can see between the last two units, that buffer extends pretty far into the site between the units. So the actual area of buffer that we're proposing is actually greater than the required 35-foot uniform buffer. We're just asking for a reduction in that minimum width at the closest building corners to that critical line. But if you look at it from an area standpoint, the proposed critical line buffer is actually greater than the area of a 35-foot uniform buffer.
Okay, so your average buffer width is more than 35 feet.
Yes.
That's interesting. Okay. Well, another question I have, just thinking through this, and it was interesting that we received a letter from the West Ashley Revitalization Commission that they were opposed to the project. And have you guys made an attempt to reach out to them to address and allay some of their concerns?
We did. We talked with them, or Chet talked with them on Friday, shortly after we received the letter in the packet.
Okay, so perhaps he can speak to that when he gets up in a minute, or do you want to?
Yeah, he can speak to their actual conversation. I'll address a couple of items here about specifically the visibility from the church across the marsh. If you look at either site plan, the circled areas of the required canopy tree, or the grand tree canopies, and if you look at along the critical line, there are 5 grand live oaks along that critical line. There's a 34-inch, 24-inch, a 32-inch, a 26-inch, and a 49-inch live oak. That's a total of 165 inches of live oaks. And then not shown on this plan, there's also protected trees in a 13-inch live oak, a 14-inch live oak, and a 22-inch water oak that sit in that gap kind of in the center of the site between the tree canopies that are shown. So given that there is 165 inches of live oaks plus another 67 inches of protected trees along that critical line buffer, I don't think visibility from the church is going to be an issue. If you also look at the church property and the aerials along the critical line, they have a substantial tree canopy there as well, and I don't see how that could possibly be a visual.
And that's the old
issue.
St. Andrew's Church, right? And
That's right.
It's set pretty far back
It is.
off of the marsh on its property. Okay. And the other question I have is just related to the site plan in general. I believe others would agree with me that it's pretty obvious looking at the plan that a building could be removed in order to reduce the impacts and the number of variances that are required. Just out of curiosity, why is this density necessary for this project to go forward?
I'm going to have to leave that for Chet to answer that question.
Okay. Thank you.
Great question.
All right. Anyone of you have a question on your side? This side over here? No? Okay. All right, let's start on the end.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Great question there, Mr. Nelson, by the way. All right, so I'm going to focus on the tree buffer canopy first, because that's the thing that I want to make sure I'm on the same page with you here, understanding this. So it looks like to me that the tree on the front right corner, or lower corner, by the driveway is majorly impacted. And then because of the building that's there, I mean, that one's really, really close. And then moving towards the marsh, you've got another unit there, and that one's going to be impacted pretty heavily in the zone. And then moving left, that one's impacted. So really the two trees on the upper left of the drawing are the least impacted, right? So it's fair to say that those trees and the first three are major stuff. Is there any way we can redesign or lessen the impact there? And following up on that, because I'm not here to redesign properties by any means, but it seems like that's a major impact of the tree stuff. And then I would like for you to point out on your drawing, or at least help describe it to me, the difference between the critical line setback and the critical line buffer. You said you're trying to reduce it to the minimum that's needed, and I just want to make sure that I understand and everyone understands on this board the two lines there that are closest to the buildings. So if you can help me understand why you're going, because you mentioned you to Mr. Nelson, you were going to have 35 feet basically everywhere, and I don't see that math.
No, I'll try and speak loud enough that I can point at the site plan at the same time, if that's all right.
Okay.
On this iteration of the site plan, the orange dashed line right here is the required 50-foot building setback from the critical line.
Which is going through almost every one of the buildings.
That's right.
Right. So you're asking for a variance to reduce that back to where? Where's the minimum number that you can go keeping these buildings intact?
25 feet.
25 feet. So show where that 25 feet is drawn on this map.
It is where the darker green hatch, the solid dark green hatch meets that orange dashed line on the tree. It also has a tree protection line shown.
Okay.
TP line on TP. That right there is the minimum. So this distance here is our minimum 25 foot.
And that's for the buffer or for the critical line setback?
Both.
So you're taking everything from the orange dotted hash line back to the blue line, the blue hash line, 25 feet. 'Cause I thought you stated earlier that it was 35 feet.
No, the required critical line buffer
Mhm.
is 35 feet.
Right,
The required critical line setback is 50.
right. But you're going to take everything to 25.
That's right.
Right.
But
So 50 to 25 and 35 to 25.
the buffer we're proposing is not uniform 25 feet. So the dark green hatch in solid color
Mhm.
is all proposed buffer. So it does not uniformly follow the critical line. At its narrowest point, we're proposing it to be 25 feet.
Okay.
Can I ask a question to that question, just to stay on
Yeah,
the same topic?
yeah. I mean, if Mr. Chairman's fine with it.
So what you're saying on the buffer, you're trying to because of the setback, you're adding more buffer to basically meet the same amount of buffer. You're just doing it in a very sort of serpentine way or whatever. Is that fair? I mean, is that a fair?
Right, we're attempting to lessen the ask
Yep.
from just a uniform 10-foot reduction from 35 feet to 25 feet. And by doing variable width buffer, we're trying to propose that, or display that we're not just trying to
Cut it down.
to strip this whole marsh front, and that we're trying to accommodate the units, but still provide the benefits of the buffer from a water quality standpoint, a natural standpoint, a privacy standpoint. That's the whole, the privacy and the intimate feel of the development is the entire point of this particular 8-bedroom development.
Well, thank you for that explanation. Can you follow up on the tree stuff? Because the tree protection zones, I mean, you heard, you sat through this last case that we're trying to save trees. And it looks like you're making some major impacts to the tree impact zones. We haven't even had our wonderful arborist talk. We haven't asked him any questions yet, which I'm sure we will. I mean, it looks like the right side of this drawing, this schematic, is really impacted by your drawing.
So we could start with just some.
And the grade levels of these trees too?
They have been graded. Mike Russell with Natural Directions was the consulting arborist on this. The 2 trees that are of importance here are the 2 that we're asking for the variance on, correct? So that would be this one with this building corner. The allowed encroachment percentage under the ordinance is 25%. The proposed encroachment on this tree canopy area is 26%. We're asking for an additional 1% of encroachment.
And that's the third circle, 1, 2, 3, right on the end of that one corner, okay?
Yes, sir. The third circle with the red call out that says variance number 3 requested in excess.
That's the only one you're asking for?
No, that's the first of the 2.
Okay. What's the second one?
The second one is the willow oak in the bottom right corner. And that encroachment is significant. It's 50%.
Yeah. Because of the building, right?
It is, and also because of this sidewalk, this path is a plantation mix path, not concrete. But that also, in order to kind of provide this, not just a straight, clear-cut sidewalk, it does encroach quite a bit into this top portion of the canopy as well.
Hypothetical, my last follow-up, Mr. Chairman. Hypothetical, if the building above it was gone and you put the storage thing up there, you could reduce a lot of this, right?
Hypothetically.
Thank you. I'm good, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else on my right side? Mr. Marchant?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I've got a few questions. The first is, if you go back to the first board, so forgive me, I'm a design professional. I'm an architect. So a client comes to me, and that's the first thing I do, right?
Right.
And then I go, that light green area is where we can put buildings and paving and whatever, and we're going to make this work for you. Okay, Mr. Client? And the client says, sure. And that's what we do. And I don't ever have to come here, right? I mean, perfect scenario, right?
Ideally, yes.
Yeah. So when you did that, when y'all went through that process, what limited you to developing this property? When you took the buildable area that allowed with all the setbacks and with all the setbacks, what kept you from just moving forward with designing something that fit the constraints on your property?
Let's start with, I guess, the width of the front of this property is 128 feet. So by the time we take out easement area, plus an 8-foot buffer, so that easement is 20 feet wide, 8-foot buffer on top of that would be 28 feet, plus another 35 feet on this side for buffer, plus, or 50 feet, let's say, for the building setback. So our building can be no closer than this setback line at 50 feet. For two-way traffic in Charleston County, we've got to have a 24-foot drive aisle. So we've taken a 0.65 acre parcel, and now we've reduced our building frontage on the street to maybe 40 feet.
Yes, so that distance is 40 feet, is what you're saying?
Just a guess.
Yeah,
quick math.
That's fine. So you can get your cars in and out of the site, right?
Also in Charleston County, we have been strongly encouraged to design sites that do not have vehicular access or parking in front of the building on the street side. So if we have a 24-foot drive aisle here and we have to park in the back, we're significantly limited on the width of our building that we can put on our street front. And it becomes not viable for this use.
Would that require you to get a variance?
It would.
All right, keep going. Where I'm going with this, I mean, I don't want to redesign your site, but where I'm going with this is density driving the inability to do what you or your client wants to do? You know,
Yes.
the question asked earlier about density, I mean, one could argue you could do a 2.5, 3-story, I guess you're limited by 2.5 stories, 35 feet. But if you did, you know, a more dense building with multiple units in it that you park underneath, maybe that works. And maybe we're just cutting down a tree and we're out of here, you know? The reason I'm asking all this is I'm trying to figure out how we mitigate all these variance requests and utilize the land to still allow you and your client to be happy, or is it just too far? You see what I'm saying? And in doing that, and the reason I ask the question is I kind of want to see where it doesn't work first. Because I love the plan. I love this idea of these small buildings in a garden with trees overhanging and you got plantation mix and all this stuff. It's wonderful, but it requires you to get a ton of variances from the county to do that, right? And anybody would want to do that if we could go get variances all day. What I'm trying to do is help you try to figure out, could this have been done differently and still utilize the property in a meaningful way? Maybe you didn't get these buildings within a garden, but you got something out of it. Or are we going to have to go through this thing and figure it all out? You know what I'm saying?
I mean, we could come back with a 3-story hotel proposal, right? It meets the base zoning. It meets the overlay zoning. We don't have to get any variances. But is a 3-story hotel what fits in this community? In my opinion, absolutely not. There's no way a 3-story hotel, to obtain the density needed to make the project viable, would be a welcome addition by anybody in the community. I don't particularly want to design that either. So in going through the iterations, yes, I feel like that this proposal and this use to try to create a more natural feeling site and asking for the critical line buffer variance in the end results in a better project and a more welcome, less impactful project to the Ashley River corridor and the neighboring developments and community.
Good and fair answer, I think. I mean, I really do. I appreciate that. All right, so my next question is, and this is a hard one for me, and it kind of harkens back to the one I had to step out of. Criteria 3 and 6 on the first application, the third application, and the fourth application, according to staff, criteria 3 and 6 may not be met. And I know Mr. Hugie advised us well. It's up to you to prove staff wrong and for us to agree with you. But 3 is around because of the conditions of the property. This particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. So because of the natural conditions and the setbacks required, this property cannot be utilized. You got to make a really good argument for that on really all these criteria. And then the criterion 6 is the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. And so those are the two. Back to the idea of help me, help you, help me. How can you help me agree to 3 and 6 for all of these? That's what I need help with. And part of that is telling the story about there's no other way to utilize this property for a particular use except for this way. And I think you've got to kind of prove that to us. I hate to say it. Because otherwise it's really hard to get past it. So, and I hate that because I like the project. I mean that.
I think it circles back to the allowable use, the by right use of the hotel in the zoning district. What we're proposing by classification falls under the hotel motel use, but what we're proposing is trying to stay in keeping with the neighborhood and the community, and not just slap a Holiday Inn on this sucker and call it done. I think that the width of the property at 128 feet on the frontage, plus design constraints of having to place parking in vehicular use areas behind your building, push your building to the street frontage, in itself, it almost prohibits the use of the hotel motel classification, because no matter how we slice it, we're going to have to ask for a buffer reduction on both sides of the property due to the easement as well. So let's not forget we got a 20-foot easement that we're contending with also. So, you know, the buffering on both sides leaves us with no option but to ask for a reduction. Either it's a reduction in this, or it's going to be a reduction if we completely change the use and have to put a building on the street frontage. There's still going to be an ask for a critical line buffer reduction.
I think all that helps me a lot, because what you're saying is if not for this, then I would have to ask for that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and looking at the diagram in front of you now, that tree on the lower right, our lower right, I mean, if that were gone, now you got a lot more green, right? So one could argue, well, let's just get rid of that tree, and now I got more. But it sounds like you've gone through that, so that helps me a lot. I appreciate that. I have one more question. I apologize. Can you talk about the construction of these buildings and how they're constructed? We had a case earlier where we had the little screen porch, and the applicant was going to basically just have piers that hit the ground and it was going to be open underneath. It sounds like you're parking underneath these buildings. Can you talk about the construction of the buildings and how they land on the site? Because I think when you're talking about critical setbacks from OCRM lines, that matters a lot, right? So talk a little bit about that.
They are elevated structures on pilings. We are parking underneath it, and the intent is to not have concrete pads under there as well, but to have a gravel parking surface underneath the units as well. So it's not a slab on grade, it's not a crawl space, it is elevated on piles. I want to add one more thing back to the previous question, and in that in looking at the total number of grand trees on this site, we have 201 inches of grand trees. That while we are asking for encroachment percentage variances, we are not proposing the removal of those trees, and fully intend to maintain the conditions that are required to see that those trees survive the encroachment. The ordinance requires a minimum of 160 inches per acre on a site. And again, we have 201 with 0.65 acres. So not even remotely close to falling near the minimum tree density for the site.
Mr. Chair, following up on this question, I don't recall hearing the grade level of any of the two trees that are being impacted. Do we have that information anywhere?
Mr. Foster, do you have that information?
I grade the trees both as Bs. Yes.
B?
Correct. Now, it is important to mention that in this instance of trees growing along the marsh, the root density in those areas on the land side is much higher because the roots don't go into the marsh.
Can you restate what you just said? I didn't understand.
Trees that grow along the edges of marsh and saltwater, the roots on the land side are usually more dense because the roots cannot grow into the salt water. They grow out and then back into land.
So the tree that in this either can answer the tree that's he's asking for the variance of 50%.
Yes.
That's not on the marsh side. That's going to be
correct. The 30, I believe it was the 32 inch is one that is on that marsh side.
That's right. 32 inch live oak.
Yes.
And how big is the one on the bottom?
36 inches.
36 inches.
Yes.
And that's the one that's going to be encroached by 50%.
Yes, sir.
Instead of 25%.
Correct.
And both of those are B-level trees?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anything else on this side? Any other questions on this side? Okay. Mr. Williams?
Yes, sir. So you were explaining a minute ago why there's hardships with this property. That would be like criteria number one, basically, extraordinary circumstances, what I'm seeing. But I still haven't heard the reasoning of how you meet criteria 3 as well as criteria 6. So criteria 3 talks about the conditions. Because of the conditions, the application of the ordinance to a particular piece of property will effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization. So, I mean, I see you have 9153 square feet of buildable space, correct? From that chart?
That's right.
Okay, all right. And just by looking at that, how do you answer that? How do you help us help you understand better how you would meet that criteria? I guess is what I'm asking. Number 3. I'm not thinking about.
I think it boils down to the percentage of the property that is encumbered by easement and buffer. So we're looking at a total of 0.65 acres, and of 0.65 acres, we only have 9,000 usable feet.
Okay, thank you.
We got 68% is in my opinion, a pretty unreasonable percentage of a site that can be encumbered by buffering.
And then back to my friend over here, the architect's point that he was making, you initially go to a site and you see that this is usable, design something that could be used on that site, correct? I mean, that's what I keep hearing. So that's just my thought. Thank you.
Ms. Smalls?
I think all my questions have been asked. I'm concerned about this project.
This is your back door now. Go ahead.
Very concerned about this project.
Okay, all right. We'll give you a chance. Mr. Nelson?
Yeah, I really appreciate all the responses you've given so far. I believe it's helped me tremendously in understanding what you guys are after. So my question kind of relates to what some of my fellow board members are asking, and it's really related to if you were to put a hotel on this site without a variance and just build a standard box hotel, didn't encroach upon any trees, how many bedrooms do you think you would achieve in that hotel? And you could hypothesize if you need.
I honestly have no idea because none of this design team has a desire to build a multi-story hotel building. And I have not.
Let me ask it in an easier way. Would it be more than 8 bedrooms?
It would be significantly more.
I think that helps me tremendously in trying to see what you're trying to achieve on this particular site. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
We hadn't touched on the sidewalk issue at all, and I think it's the sidewalk issue, I think to us, is the least important of these variances. We arrived at that because the plans have been reviewed by SCDOT for an encroachment permit, and while the county's ordinances require the pedestrian access across the frontage of the parcel, SCDOT issued plan comments asking us to remove it because the sidewalk dead ends into a bridge with no pedestrian crossing on it. They were concerned about would be the planned north side on this site plan because it just leads pedestrians into uncontrolled potential bridge crossing. So what we proposed is extending the small section of sidewalk from our driveway to the south to the property line and asking for the variance for the removal from our driveway to the north towards the bridge.
All right. Yes, sir, Mr. Chuslow. Sedell, excuse me. Gosh. Well, you just done something to me today, making all these motions. I just got to keep calling your name. I apologize.
We don't have elevations on the buildings. Are these,
They're not and stuff. Yeah.
obviously they're elevated, you spoke to that, the parking underneath. Is there one or two floors above the parking? What?
One.
One floor?
One floor.
Okay,
Sorry.
one floor.
They have a loft, so.
One floor and a loft, yeah, floor and a half, so to speak. Is the loft utilized for a living space in the design? Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you.
You want to let your friend take a shot at some of these questions?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello,
Please state your name and address for the record.
Anthony Groover, 1414 Pushy Drive. I am one of the owners of this property, along with Chet here. So I just want to first say we have been through a painful amount of iterations on this property over the past year, and we have not, and it's also been very expensive. This guy is not cheap. Neither is our architect that we've been working with. And so when we address one problem, as Mr. Marchant was suggesting, 10 others pop up that we have to resolve. And yes, this is going to be a unique property in that Charleston, nor West Ashley, nor anywhere around here is going to have anything like this. We're trying to create a very unique, high-end, resort-style, tropical feel with these cottages/villages. And we've created almost the most minimalist footprint that we could have as far as having any kind of effect on this property. I mean, we've stripped it away, and this is what we're left with. Unfortunately, we needed more parking for the handicap that we're providing. We needed, other things we needed to achieve by designing it in this fashion. But sure, we could put a gas station in this site, or maybe we could put a laundromat. That would probably be the path of least resistance as far as this goes, and it would be a lot cheaper. The cost on these per square foot being so small is going to be very, very high, but they're going to be a lot better, at a lot more value to West Ashley. And the guy who wrote the email in opposition, I think he had a very poor understanding of what we were asking to do, and Chet can speak to this. I think he now has a better understanding that we are aligned with the West Ashley Revitalization Board. But this is basically a concept of what we're trying to achieve. This is no hotel or Holiday Inn. This is very high-end property dwelling that we hope to be able to put there and use, create this unique feel and very private and isolated, secluded feel. We have a significant budget for our landscaping. We're tree lovers. We're not trying to take anything away. The name of the property will actually probably be along those themes of nature or blooming or, something to that effect. So we hope to protect the trees as much as we can and mitigate any loss in that with these encroachments. They are very valuable to us, and we know they are to you guys. And I think that's about all I have to say, other than, this area is not the greatest area. We're taking a huge risk as far as the surrounding businesses that are kind of an eyesore, or they are a pool hall or a auto parts store or a vape shop. So we're taking a risk here in trying to do this. But we hope that we can, have you guys support in this. And one of our supporters actually had to leave. So I would ask the board if I could read a statement that he wrote in support. I don't know if that should be now or later. But.
If you do, you have to submit it to us for evidence.
Okay. Yes, sir. So I'll state his name and address. My name is Tyler Ludlow. I live at 4005 Willingford Court, just down the road in Village Green neighborhood. In my 6 years as a Charleston resident, I know that the Charleston Cottage project will have the passion and support of local West Ashley owners that the residents of West Ashley deserve. The design takes the local plant and wildlife not just into total consideration, but as the focal point of the project. Although only a small piece of the cottages will be visible from Highway 61, it will be a large improvement on the aesthetic. On my way past this location several times a day, I get to see 2 abandoned businesses, a car dealer with inventory on the grass, and not 1 but 4 vape and tobacco shops on my commute. You can plainly see St. Andrew's Church has a dozen yards of woods on the side blocking their view of the marsh and parcel. Not to mention the church could have purchased this land in their historic lineage. This is in response to the opposition letters. Tyler Ludlow.
Thank you. If you submit that to Mr. or thank you.
That's all I have.
All right. Do we have anyone on my left having questions for this young man? Yes, sir.
So you mentioned that this site presents a lot of challenges for the goals for which you're trying to achieve with this style of development. So why did you choose the site?
Because it's commercially zoned, and we should be able to achieve this.
Are there many other community commercial zone properties in the vicinity of this particular property that were available?
No, and this one sat on the market for quite a long time, and it made it somewhat affordable for us, not as millionaires or billionaires, to do that.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Anyone else on this side? To my right? Any questions?
I do have a
Yes, sir.
follow. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In all of your reiterations, and I want to tell you, I like this project. I like what you've done. I like the concepts. The problem I'm having is the guidelines that we have in place, and that is how to approve variances. And the ones that keep coming back are number 3 and 6, and I'm stuck on 6. I feel that even though your team has laid out a great map here, this first page, this was very, very good. It showed that you're down to 32% of building area. I still think there's a project that can go in there. And I'd love to see this project get there. I just feel like it's too much. And there's bits and pieces of the plan I like a lot. But when you're asking for 50% of a tree canopy to be pushed aside on a good tree, you're going to kill the tree sooner or later. It's going to die. And I'm just wondering, and we've heard density in this project mentioned earlier in the evening. It seems like there's just slightly too much. And just because you can't get the full density that you want without the variances troubles me. And that's why the law's in place the way it is, that you can't create these problems. And it seems to me that we're creating these problems. Now, I know the flip side. The flip side is go build a Holiday Inn and put, 80 rooms over there or 60 rooms or whatever it is. And is that better for West Ashley revitalization? I don't know, but it sure would be nice to have a letter from them that says, we understand the problems, but this is what we'd rather go with. So I don't know if a deferment is going to help you. I don't know what's going to happen tonight. But if a deferral comes up and that's what you ask for, I don't know what the regulations are. Can we revisit this plan in 60 days, or are you going to bring another plan? So I think those are the things you have to think about. But I just think it's a little much. And I'd love to hear some type of concept from if we took away this building or if we live with this tree, I'd applaud you for trying to save the tree instead of removing the tree like somebody else wanted to do tonight. So that's where I am, and that's where I only speak for myself here, but that's where I am right now.
So these are tiny houses. I mean, they are small. They are tiny. The building that we need in the corner is for storage and for landscaping, for linens, for, basically to support the other buildings. And that is the main purpose of that building. And I just do not see any way to have a successful operation without that building. So I don't see any other layouts. I mean, we've considered so many. If we were not able to achieve this, then I think it would kill, unfortunately, it would kill the project, and we would have to probably consider putting it up for sale, but and maybe, or just putting a laundromat in there or something, something like that, but I would hate to do that. So yeah, I don't see it being deferred and really gaining anything.
I understand. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We good on this side? We good on here? Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Jordan has a question.
I'm probably out of line for saying this, so if someone up here stops me, that's okay. But if I heard the word deferment so many times like I've heard, I think y'all ought to think about it. And I say that to help you, nothing against us. But you ought to really think about it. I mean, I've heard that word from different ones 4 or 5 times. Sound like me they're trying to help you.
Understood.
That's it.
Mr. Williams?
If I could ask you a quick question. Take outside of the profit and all these things, number 3 and number 6, I can't get over that criteria. So I'll ask you the same question I asked the other gentleman. How do you help us get over that hurdle if you can? These criteria that we're looking at.
So 3 and 6 was
Just basically because of the conditions of the applicant of this, the application of the ordinance to the particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. Just the utilization, I don't know if that's probably a better question for the engineer, which I think he tried to answer that question. And then 6, need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. That's just what we're looking at.
Yeah, so I mean, just accessing the property. I mean, you can't have a structure on the property and then even if it's not situated in this proximity closer to the marsh, then you can't put a driveway and parking in there. I mean, the setbacks are really restricting. There's a main line that runs from that pump station next door right under it, and that's creating hardship as well. We can't build on top of that. So yes, I think there are ample amount of hardships and constraints with this property, no matter who owns it, or no matter what they're trying to do.
Okay. I'm going to try to help just a little bit. When you guys acquired this property, you bought it together. You said it had been on the market for some time. As a realtor, I wonder why properties sit on the market for some time. Did you do a due diligence period where you actually tried to figure out what you could actually do on that without having to come before this august body?
Yes, and it led us to believe that we would be able to achieve this in some form or fashion.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. Did you want to say something at this time, sir?
Yes, sir. Hey, I'll repeat my name again. Chet Carter, address 1414 Pushy Drive, Charleston. I first want to address Charlie Smith's email that was referenced by both Andy and Anthony and that you guys brought up. I did speak with Charlie Smith on Friday. We had a very cordial conversation, talked with him for a while, and a couple of his concerns, one of them being the walking path. He had a desire as West Ashley, him being part of the West Ashley Revitalization Board, he wants to see walkways throughout his town, right? And that's understandable. And we explained to him that, we didn't really originate that request. That really more came from the DOT department, and we were kind of passing that along to the board. That South Carolina DOT told us since there was a bridge connecting from our property that there was really no need to have that walkway connect to the bridge. So I explained that to him, and as I think Andy mentioned, that is the least important of our, for the success of our project. We'll happily build that walkway if we need to. But it does go right into a bridge, and you're not going to be able to walk over the bridge as it currently is. Also, Charlie mentioned in his email cutting down the trees, the 2 grand trees, and I explained to him we're not asking for variances to cut those down. We're asking for variances, obviously, as you guys know and gals know, to encroach within the tree canopy. And I just want to, I think it's been iterated somewhat already, but the one that we're going up to around 50% of the encroachment of the canopy, we're doing 2 main things to mitigate and minimize the effects on the root systems there. That walking path, we're making that pervious with a plantation mix that has large air spaces in between for water to penetrate that to get down to the root system of the tree. And then we're building the building in the lower right-hand corner. Well, everything is going to be built on stilts without a concrete foundation. So it's going to be, and there's not going to be parking underneath that one. So it's going to be completely natural underneath that. The other buildings will have parking underneath, so there'll be a little gravel under those. But under that one that's in that main encroachment, the 50% encroachment, is going to be completely natural except for the vertical pilings for the building. So even though by building code or by, the engineering code, for lack of the proper term, it shows we're encroaching on that 50%. In reality, we're doing everything we can to minimize the effect of the building, any type of concrete foundation on that root system. And so that was, I spoke with Charlie about that and explained that to him. His other point was the St. Andrew's Church, which is across the marsh, and both Andy and Anthony has already spoken to that, but I'll also speak to that as well. The church itself is about 1,500 feet, 13 to 1,500 feet based on scaling from our property. There are about 4 rows of trees. There's about 3 rows over on the church property and 1 row of trees on our property. So it's not visible from our property whatsoever. If you were standing in the graveyard of behind the church, then you could possibly see the structures we're building, but from the church itself, no. So I just wanted to touch on that. And, just kind of going back to the amount of iterations we've been through here, we've been through 7 or 8 site plan submittals to the county, and not counting all the iterations we've been through ourselves trying to make everything work. I mean, we've been through probably 15 iterations ourselves, including what we've submitted to the site plan review committee. And we're just trying, it's important for us, our vision here is to, as you see in the picture, is to create a green space, to create an oasis, and to maintain greenery and natural beauty as much as possible. We don't want to remove any trees. We don't want to hurt any trees. We want to actually add a lot of trees. As Andy mentioned, we're looking to add 59 additional trees in our landscape plan, which we don't have shown here. And then I want to also, I think, Mr. Neal, I believe this was one of your points, and maybe someone else brought this up, but as far as item number 3, is this property restricted from you being able to do anything on it? And I firmly believe that it is. These structures are much smaller. I think to scale they look much bigger because they're a big percentage of the property. But Andy, you mentioned these were 600 to 900 square foot, which that's what they were before we adjust. Now these are 500 to 800 square foot. These are tiny little buildings. These are tiny houses. So building anything smaller than what we have, and we've compacted these things. We've iteration after iteration with the architect in order to get the floor plan down to have minimal a footprint. We've tucked the deck underneath the house mostly, to not have it sticking out in the backyard. I just don't in my personal opinion, with the amount of time and effort we put into this, I don't think there's really anyone that's going to get this property and be able to build anything any smaller of a footprint and be successful without also having to ask for a variance. We probably spent more time on this drive than anything. That drive takes up a huge amount of space, as you see, and that loop, that turning radius is the absolute minimum, really smaller than ideal, but that's the minimum that we could get the turning radius. So that main loop turning radius is the minimum we could get that. And then you have to have a minimum turning radius where it goes into the buildings. And we minimize that iteration after iteration until we were like, you know what, if we go any smaller, you're not going to be able to get to these buildings even with multiple point turns. I mean, we've done iteration after iteration on the drive here, on the footprint of the buildings, on compacting everything. And, as small as these are, I know they look big, but they are really small. I just don't see anyone else being successful with this property.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Well, no, that's fine. I just trying to be fair about everything, the amount of time. We got any questions over here for him? Any questions over here?
We'll add a comment to that. I mean, you brought up a great point looking at this site plan and realizing that we're looking at a 0.8 acre piece of property. And oftentimes when we're tasked with the various drawings that we look at any given meeting, I mean, we might be looking at a site from 100 acres down to 1 acre, but they're always on an 11 by 17 sheet of paper. And so that does really skew the concept of scale and how big things are and the constraints that you're working with. So I appreciate you bringing up that point.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Williams?
Well, that made me think about something when you're speaking, and looking at criteria number 3, just the utilization of the property. Couldn't you have just gone with, like, let's say just the 1,438 square foot building, and that would use the property?
Are you
Just that
suggesting
building?
just one of those?
And that'll use up that property, yeah. Because the utilization of property, to me, means you can use the property.
Yeah. So yes, sir. We probably could have left just one of those 1,400 square foot buildings, which is two units. It's a duplex essentially. But for us, we're trying to create a small boutique hotel, and 2 units doesn't do that. We're trying to create a community of units. We're trying to host small wedding parties, small corporate events, and 2 units for us is just going and buying an Airbnb and Airbnb an outright. And it's just, and then let's just say that 1,400 square foot. Let's say it was a laundromat. Then you have to have what? You have to have 10 parking spaces or however many. So I don't even see that fitting on the site. If you had another retail environment there, of 1,400 square foot, and it not being what we're doing, just hypothetically, I don't see it happening with the amount of parking and everything else, and still having to maintain turning radiuses, 2-way traffic, and all that.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so very much, and consider the time. I think everybody had a chance to ask all the questions necessary. Just by sitting on this board 14 years, I'm going to give you this privilege. You've heard what Mr. Jordan said and some of the other members said, and I might be wrong for doing this. I'm going to give you 2 minutes to sit back with your friends or your partners, consider what we may or may not do, and then come back to this podium and ask us either go for and give you a decision, or you ask for a deferral. Okay? I'm giving you 2 minutes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
This working? Jenny, I'm gonna need hazard pay. I gotta sit in this hole.
Oh, no doubt. Mr. Chairman, may I ask if, from our standpoint, just from my understanding of deferrals, don't they have to modify the plan, or are there? Right, if they want this plan.
Do you want them to provide the elevation?
Well, that's the thing.
Yeah.
One could argue, remember the hotel we deferred?
Right.
They came back with actually information that helped us.
Right.
Right now, we've got a site plan. That's all we got.
So I would say at least a landscape plan and elevation.
Yeah.
They can-
Landscape plan.
I mean, they could do a lot of things. You could do a sawtooth building, 2.5 stories, park underneath. It works. You can do it. And frankly, I'd give them a variance for height more than I give them a variance for all the others I should do.
They could?
Density matters, man. Make it dense. Anyway.
Yeah.
One minute. Hey, between you and your buddy over there, y'all got me mixing up everybody's name. You just set it off.
Like I said, I've been the quietest one.
And you just had me calling your name.
What is that encouragement that they don't pay up buildings?
Ladies and gentlemen, let's please take our seats.
All right. I think we're going to let y'all go get some dinner and get
No.
out of here because we're choosing to defer, and we really appreciate you giving us the opportunity. So
Okay. All right. Well, you know,
Mr.
we're here to serve you. We're here for the best interests of the county and every citizen in the county. That is our utmost responsibility.
Do you need a motion to that effect, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, we have to accept his motion, his request.
Yeah. Well, I move to defer the project at the request of the applicant.
We have a motion to accept the deferral, and we also have a second. All those in favor, please indicate by saying. Any question?
Mr. Chair?
Would you like to make some suggestions of
On
what they could bring?
Yeah,
to,
the items that
aid
they
our
would
decision?
need.
You want to do that, Mr. Marchand, or you want me to do that?
I can make some suggestions that would help me, and perhaps other board members could make suggestions that might help them. But I think fundamentally, you have a really nice project with great intentions and a great vision. And you have a really difficult site. And your dreams and aspirations, unfortunately, are kind of limited by the current conditions of the site. I think you ought to think about density over land use. You know, how do you optimize land use with density, which could help you on minimizing your request for variances. Maybe it goes from 4 to 2, or maybe you lose a whole tree, but you don't have any other variances. I mean, I would encourage you to think about that. You know, the creativity around support buildings, laundry, and such. Can you think through that? Maybe it does get incorporated into the units, and it's about utilization and process of your property, and not needing multiple buildings. But that's operational. I mean, I know that has nothing to do with architecture. I mean, it does because you have to accommodate it, but it eliminates that building, right? Maybe that's off-site. Maybe you go buy an acre somewhere and do all your laundry off-site. I don't know. But I mean, this site is really, really tough. It's tough. I mean, you said it when you bought it. You knew it. You're trying to make something work, and I think we are constrained by 7 criteria that are not subjective. They are black and white. We all live in a gray world, but these are black and white, objective criteria, and you got to overcome that, and that's really, really difficult. And so I would encourage you to think about density and how you're utilizing the property and prioritizing the things that might make more sense to ask a variance from. For example, you said earlier, if we have to add the sidewalk, we'll add the sidewalk. Well, then you could have come with one less variance tonight, right? Mm-hmm. That helps us, you know? So that's my, I guess that's my encouragement, and, you know, I don't know what else to say.
Elevations.
Yeah, Mr. Marshall.
Yeah, one other thing, we've had some deferrals in the past where the applicant comes back with a lot more detail. I understand that costs more money, it costs more time, but seeing how these buildings interact with the landscape could be helpful. I don't know I still don't know that wins the day. It's hard, it still keeps it hard for me because 3 and 6 are really tough. So, yeah.
No, that's good. 100%.
I agree.
All those in favor, please indicate by saying, wait a minute.
If you don't mind, who actually seconded it? I did not catch it.
Oh.
Mr. Sade. Okay.
And Ms. Working, before I go any further, how long would they wait before they come back to this body, ideally?
Well, deferrals can only be up
90
to
days.
90 days. But if they're not ready in the 90 days, then we can request another deferral.
I was just thinking about the space that you may have on our
Yeah.
calendar. That's what I was concerned. Very good.
Booked.
All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand, please.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. It's unanimous. It carries. Thank you, but sorry, gentlemen.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
for the feedback.
Board members, before you also have a new calendar that Ms. Workins is going to go over. If you would, please.
Yes, if you just look under your agendas, I actually put the 2024 calendar dates of all the meetings. So you have a hard copy, but you also will have an email copy.
Yeah, next month, we'll be meeting on January 8th, which is the second Monday of the month, and it is going to be at 5, back to 5. Yeah, and it's 6 cases, but it's only 3 properties, each case, each project. So 3 projects, each have 2 variances. So that's kind of good news. And, oh, yay, everyone finished. You did it.
Ladies and gentlemen,
And you
thank
beat all the other boards, as usual.
Yep.
The best board is this board.
Hey, you guys have done a remarkable job. I'd like to see the growth and development of this board. I mean, you guys are just knocking out staff. You're knocking it always out of the park. I appreciate it. I hope that everybody has a wonderful, wonderful Christmas and a Happy New Year. And I'll see you in January.
Yeah,
see you in the
we'll
New
see you
Year.
next year.
Absolutely.
I can never figure out what this one.
Yes, sir. Thanks, sir.